But yeah, Pirelli have come and, okay, we'll supply these ridiculously short life tyres. Just because it's good for racing and fans will enjoy it. And now it's affecting their brand. And then this is what happens with committee meetings with Formula One. This is the problem. They want entertainment, then they don't like it when it blows up in their face.
Literally, again.
Just on the FIA as well. They didn't police it this weekend, but I think it was, the British Grand Prix weekend? Well, they were policing it extensively, drivers running off track.
Where's the consistency?
It was the Cops corner at Silverstone. Everyone was doing it, and they were deleting times left, right, and centre.
They were doing it more there, whereas I guess because the nature of Eau Rouge is a bit of like a riskier corner, so they probably took it easier. And I understand that, that's fine. But it's not the FIA's job to make sure the cars aren't doing, stupid things.
No, but the FIA is the governing body, so they can implement the rules.
I think in future, that's probably something that should come out of this. They're going to have a meeting after this. It should be the FIA says, hey guys, maybe we should just keep on the track from now on. That'd be a good idea. But the most frustrating thing about the tyres is that when all said and done, the teams and the sport who asked Pirelli to make tyres like this, they're the ones who asked for these tyres. You can't then say, we don't want these tyres. Well, stop asking for them. It's that easy, guys. Come on, get it together.
As Kerry Packer once said, get this off the air, you I'm the king! After this message, though, download the podcast at boxofneutrals.com, SoundCloud, and iTunes. And follow us on Facebook and Twitter for more Formula One paraphernalia. Wrap it up, Michael!
When did Sebastian Vettel become our voiceover man? On Her Majesty's ABC as well. It's all very, it's upsetting for them. But nonetheless, we will wait and see, because they're going to have a meeting before Monza, which is, of course, Ferrari's home race and Pirelli's home race, and also a big race. It's a big deal. And one of the highest loading races as well, because it's the fastest circuit on the calendar. So it's going to be a real sort of blowtorch thing. And as well, because Pirelli's bringing, surprise, surprise, softer tyres than they normally would. Because 2 weeks ago, everyone said, we need softer tyres. Now is what you're going to get from it all.
Aren't Ferrari going to bring a bunch of upgrades to their engine to Monza as well to bring in front of their home crowd? But they said they weren't going to use all their engine tokens.
No, they're using 3 out of, I think they've got 7? Yeah. I'm not sure on that number.
What are Honda going to do? They're going to try to swap their lunch with Mercedes and get some tokens off there?
Yeah, I think Honda's going to bring back their Earthstreams car, because it was probably actually it might have been faster.
Forgot about that.
Can we, I'm going to have we'll have a look at the Italian Grand Prix. This is for next episode, but I think, possibly Earthstreams car could have been faster.
Look, at least the drivers are going to be able to enjoy lunch on the weekend, because they'll be sitting in the garage a lot of the time. So.
Not doing much. You've got to hope they get better. But if Spa was bad for Honda, Italy's going to be much worse. So strap yourselves in for that. SoundCloud.com/boxofneutrals for the full version of this podcast. Likewise, Twitter.com/boxofneutrals. Go to the Facebook page, website. All of those usual things. Next week, what are you ranking? And a preview of the Italian Grand Prix. Till then, I've been Michael.
I'm Tikiyame Rob.
And I'm Pete.
Food Box of Neutrals.
I had to think about that.
Good evening, Jim Graham with ABC News. The federal opposition has called the cancellation of an operation in Melbourne involving Border Force officers a debacle. Susan McDonald has more from Parliament House.
Operation Fortitude was announced this morning but called off by Victoria Police within hours after a public backlash. A statement initially released by Border Force said the agency's officers would be speaking with anyone they crossed paths with in Melbourne CBD and checking visas. Border Force Commissioner Roman Quadrileague says it didn't properly portray the role.
It's clumsily worded and it's been misconstrued.
The opposition's immigration spokesman Richard Miles is demanding answers from the Minister, Peter Dutton.
Why we have a situation that an operation has been abandoned before it's 5 hours old.
A spokesman for Mr Dutton says it is an operational matter and its cancellation was a matter for the lead agency, Victoria Police.
A 31-year-old man is still being questioned over the death of a 2-year-old girl in Mildura. John Tawney of Mildura, who's the partner of the mother of the child, Nikki Frances Kozlovich, was arrested this morning. The girl's body was discovered at the Oran Court House on Tuesday, just hours after she was reported missing from the same address. Her mother, Peter Ann Francis, has also been assisting police with their inquiries. No charges have been laid. Catholic priest Julian Fox has been jailed for 4 years for child sex offences. Peter Carline reports from the County Court.
Fox returned to Australia from Rome in 2013 to face his accusers. He stood trial 8 times, including 4 retrials involving 4 different victims. They've been suppressed until today. Fox was convicted of 3 charges of indecent assault against 2 male students in the 1980s when he was principal or acting principal at St Joseph's College in Ferntree Gully Charlie, and Salesian College Rupertswood in Sunbury. In one case, he assaulted his victim with a pool cue. The 70-year-old's former schools have issued statements saying they've removed all reference to him from within their walls. He'll serve a minimum term of 2 years and 8 months in prison.
The UN Refugee Agency says around 200 migrants are believed to have drowned on 2 boats which capsized near the Libyan coast. A spokesman for the UNHCR, William Spindler, says around 500 migrants were trying to reach Europe. He says the capacity of the Libyan Coast Guard is limited.
They don't have the resources or the number of vessels necessary to patrol their boats. So it's usually the Italian Navy that coordinates rescue operations, and they go as close as 30 miles off the Libyan coast. So presumably the tragedy happened much closer to Libyan shores.
And there are reports 3 people have been arrested after the bodies of up to 70 refugees were found in the back of an abandoned truck in Austria. The truck was discovered near the Hungarian border late last night, and the severe decomposition of the bodies is hampering the investigation. The former Premier Denis Napthine is expected to announce on Monday that he's quitting politics. Dr Napthine has served on the back bench since leading the coalition to last November's election loss, after only 1 term in office. He became Premier in 2013 after the sudden resignation of Ted Baillieu, and has been in Parliament since 1998. The former Transport Minister Terry Mildura is also expected to announce his resignation from Parliament on Monday. Australia's cricket team is heading to Cardiff for the start of its limited overs series against England, after winning its only one-dayer against Ireland in Belfast this morning. ABC Grandstand's Jeff Lemon has more.
Rain frustrated Australia and Ireland, but eventually set up an exciting finish. Australia were pegged back by some tight Irish bowling after a massive opening stand between David Warner and Joe Burns. They were 222 for 6 when they were rained off in the 40th over. Ireland was set 181 from 24 overs via Duckworth-Lewis, and they went for it hell for leather. Ed Joyce made 44, Niall O'Brien 45, and they seemed on track before Australia's pace battery collapsed the chase. Australia coming out winners by 23 runs. Jeff Lemon, Belfast.
Now to the weather, and there's a strong wind warning for the East Gippsland coast. For Victoria, scattered showers over East Gippsland, isolated showers in remaining areas on and south of the Divide, clearing tonight. Dry in the north, morning frost inland. Isolated showers over southern and mountain areas becoming more widespread. Dry and partly cloudy north of the Divide. Isolated hail and thunder about coastal Gippsland, moving easterly and clearing later. For Melbourne, a shower or 2 tomorrow, a low of 6, the expected top is 12. Sunday, a possible shower and 14. Currently it's 10 degrees. This is ABC News.
Previously on Conversations.
Right, okay, I'm not going to let you laugh now. I'm going to pick that laugh up and get it later. It's like sort of playing jazz.
What do you do, Mike, after you've helped put a man on the moon?
My grandparents would have to go and sleep in the stable with the animals while the landlord and his wife took up the matrimonial bed.
Did your parents know you were out tracking leopards as a 12-year-old kid?
No.
Listen back to any Conversations interview on the ABC Radio app or go to abc.net.au/conversations.
Grandstand AFL.
Yep, he's going to go for it. Here we go. Left foot snap, bouncing ball, goal. Straighten up and kick a goal. It's a win, coast to coast. And that is a captain trying to lift his team.
It's probably the best kick I've seen so far this quarter.
Eyes the goal and slots it through.
That was a super effort.
Grandstand AFL.
He elects to roll around, play on, strolls through and kicks his bib.
To the goal line. Gets with a backward fly.
Finish it off from the pocket. Oh, that is a brilliant kick goal.
You're with Grandstand.
They just kept punching it straight into the forward line, putting pressure on everybody.
It's coming back. It's coming back for a goal.
He'll mark. He'll kick from 15 out and he'll kick a goal.
You go one-on-one, you've got to ask your midfielder to step up to the plate.
It might go the journey. It does.
Grandstand AFL.
Oh, I love that.
On ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
The match itself has much to recommend it. Geelong desperate to keep its finals chances alive, and nothing short of a win would do that. Collingwood, well, it's talking about its improvement, but after the capitulation of last week, it too will be eager to display on field the truth of that. But then there's the individual story which surely trumps the lot, and that's the return of Daniel Menzel to football 1,450 days after first doing his knee at this ground. 4 knee reconstructions later, a prodigious young talent left to sit for the best part of 4 years and hope that this night would come. The very act of running out on the field tonight for Menzel is a triumph. Perhaps it will be the restart that he dreams of. We'll be here to witness it and share it with you on Grandstand AFL. Geelong and Collingwood at the MCG this Friday night. Gerard Waitley with you. David Parkin is with me. Hello, David.
Gerard, looking forward tonight. I really am. I think we'll have that argument as to whether nothing hanging on the game, a bit of freedom for Collingwood to go about the work, and much, I believe, hanging on the game for Geelong. And we might see we might see the repeat of last Friday night when Port Adelaide came with nothing to lose and played superbly to smash Hawthorn.
And that would shut the gate on the finals.
It would. Collingwood, I don't think, have the capacity to do it, but it's not all over. Not all over.
Brad Sewell is by your side. Hello, Sully.
Gerard, how are you? Tonight is going to be interesting, I think, Parker, as you suggested. A couple of points. Menzel, I'm looking forward to talking about that a little bit more later. It's just phenomenal. Having seen a couple of good mates, Max Bailey and Alex Woodward, go through the same process in particular. Multiple knees, that is, of course. Ryan Schumacher is another one at Hawthorn, and Matty Suckling as well. Watching your team have success whilst you are good enough to be in the side, but you physically can't get out there. There's nothing more torturous in football, I don't think.
And you mentioned Max Bailey particularly, because I think whilst Menzel's had 4, I'm right in saying that, Max Bailey had 3.
Yeah, he did.
And a man of nearly 7 feet tall, carrying a huge 106 or 8 kilos around.
Otherwise known as a giraffe.
Known as a giraffe.
Yeah.
And I mean, you went, so did I, good mates with Max, and he was incredibly resilient in doing what he did.
It almost makes me think guys like that, there's something wrong with them. To go through as much as they have and still to front up every day and still be such a presence within the group. It's I'm sure they have their dark days like all of us, but to have gone through what they do and put on such a brave face is phenomenal. And to see how Collingwood respond as well after what we'll call last
humiliation.
week. Yeah, it's frightening.
Lindsay Gilby rounds out our pre-match team on a Friday night. Hello, Linz.
Yeah, good evening, gents. You can almost throw Clay Smith into that boat as well.
Yes.
He's coming in the process of a recovery of his 3rd knee reconstruction. So I've probably played 13 years in the end, and there wasn't, I think Robert Murphy and a guy called Patrick Wiggins did their knee. Luke Darcy did his knee in my time. I saw 10 times more shoulders than I did knees. I'm not sure if that's a correlation to how much the game has changed in regards to speed. I'm not sure, and gone away from the contest side of things, even though it's a very hard game to play. I don't want to read too much into it, but that's probably from my experience. I've seen more shoulders than knees, but to watch those guys, and especially Clay, go through I can't imagine 1,450 days without playing. And what would rub salt into the wound is that year that they won the flag, that he would have been an integral part of it. I think this is his 6th season. He's played 21 games. Irrespective of the result, I just want him to get through and get unscathed. That's all I'm after.
There are those 2 elements to it. It's a joy to see him out there, but there's the natural human trepidation as we all just hope he gets through, which is not to diminish the joy he should feel getting out there, but he wants this to be the restart of things rather than the end of the journey back.
I think it's a confidence thing, isn't it? And Chris Scott could have brought him straight back into the side after 2 or 3 games, but he made him earn it. 6 or 7 games, which I think is the right thing to do. I think it's more so of a mental thing and not worried about the pain of an injury of such sorts. But for me, I would be very mentally draining for the first contest, especially it's on that far southern stand wing of when it happened. I'm sure if he goes near that area at some stage, it'll enter his mind.
You know, I don't know that it will. Like, he's played 6 games now. He should have complete confidence in his knee. He's gone through the process, and admittedly, it's let him down before. But he can't go out there with that in the back of his mind.
No, it can only weigh you down if you go out and it happens to go again. And I think that's just, it's meant to be.
That's what makes these blokes so special. The ability to be able to front up, having experienced what they have, but to be able to shut that out and go out there and play uninhibited, is what makes them well, freaks.
That's what my old coach used to come out and say, guess what? No one's going to die on the field today. You'll be okay. You'll be fine.
Which one was that?
Rodney E.
Yes, I think it was.
But it's easy to say that. You're talking about Menzel now, but his first game back in the VFL, he would have been going through. I had great discussion. The great Peter Hudson, who disappeared out of football in those days with a classical knee reconstruction, which they didn't have the capacity to deliver the final product as they do these days. For Peter to come back 2 years later, and I talked to him, I was responsible as his coach the second time back, and it's just getting through the first one. Doesn't matter what level it is, practice match or whatever's going, it's getting through the first one and being able to convince yourself to let yourself go and play with what you would call a natural instinct. You can't. I mean, the two blokes, and another one was Dean Rice that we brought him back off a full knee restructure out of St Kilda, and then the very first game here on a Friday night, he did his knee for the second time, and I had a long discussion with Dean too about how do you mentally just get to the first game, the first possession, the first hit on the round, the first knock that you get. How do you get through that? And I'm not one saying, oh, it was okay, just went out and did what we normally did, or saying the most difficult thing they've done in their lives.
I remember, just before my time, but people used to speak about it at the club when Tony Liberatore did his knee early in the 97 season, and he was back 16 weeks later. And they asked him, what did you do, Tony? He goes, I just did everything the physios told me not to do. Whatever they told me to do, I did the opposite. Maybe that's something going forward for someone who does it.
Makes it easy when you're 4'3".
He might be the perfect case study. So we hope for Menzel tonight, and the whole football world will, just to get a crack at it and to answer the question in his own mind whether this is still going to be able to be possible for him, whether he'll fulfil his ambitions that he had, given he's a prodigiously talented young player, or he was, and the last full game he played was a Friday night against Collingwood, where he kicked 5 goals and got the 3 Brownlow votes. So that's how he left the game. A couple of the broader issues before we come back to these two teams. Brendan Bolton's been appointed the coach of Carlton. Did you take Brendan around Carlton at some stage?
It just worked out. I was there today. It was just funny. I happened to be there today doing something else, and I was able to introduce him to half his team and half the people who were left, those who obviously had gone to play in Sydney. There's not too many people around, but I was able to introduce him to some people who are still there. They were there in my time. It was a lovely time. He's such a... you probably know him much better than I do, Brad, but he's such a gregarious, warm, terrific communicator, engaged with people. His questions all the time and bubbles around. He's a real...
Don't be fooled by the froth and bubble.
Oh yeah, but no, it's fun. But he's a warm person. First to go. He's not hard. He's on the front foot, and it was a delight to spend some time. And having come from Hawthorn to Carlton, and he's now coming from Hawthorn to Carlton, we're working out all the people who come to Hawthorn to Carlton he should talk to find out that they are clubs at opposite end of the continuum. And he was very interested in that. I think I might be having another conversation with him shortly.
Did you show him a few in the rooms, and that's where I got pulled in and sacked that time? And
no, they're all in the other. It's all changed now. We've got a multi-million-dollar facility from which to work. I can't recognise the place at all now, Jared. But look here.
Did they name that facility after you?
No, I'm disappointed they didn't. I can't believe they didn't.
You'd have a room in there somewhere.
I've got one at Hawthorn.
That's my point.
Yeah,
exactly. We look after our elder statesmen, you see. We honour.
I'll put in a written application.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Were you asked at any stage, Brad, for your input on what Brendan Bolton could bring to a senior coaching job?
Very, very informally. Bolton's a ripper. He's coached his own teams for a number of years. He's very much a relationship-based coach. But he's got the ability to pull the trigger as well. He's really good at building an environment around him because he is a sort of a happy-go-lucky sort of a character. He's a feel-good sort of a guy. But that said, he's very fair. And he's got the ability to ask a hard question without it being personal, if you like. It's just Parker, that's not good enough, as opposed to rant and rave and be too cutting. His standards are very high. I think he'd be very good.
Lindsay, is a clear part of this is the educative side, and that's obviously something you're witnessing with Alan Richardson and how valuable and intrinsic that is in the modern coaching sphere.
Yeah, most definitely. And you speak about relationships, and I've done many of courses. I did my level 3 in the off season last year. You can have all the knowledge in the world and know the game plan, know whatever, but if the players don't respect you as an individual, you go nowhere. And that's where Richo is outstanding. He gets around and spends 5 minutes with each player, as busy as footy is now, with each player during the week, obviously in relation with their line coaches to give him a bit of feedback on how they went on the weekend, he's outstanding. He's a good developer of people. And I think when you say he can fire one off now and then, deliver a message, I think that has more of an impact if you do it sporadically than if you do it all the time. I think then it becomes monotonous and it doesn't have an effect.
But he doesn't waver from his standards either, though. No,
I'm not saying he would waver from his standards, but if he's a level-headed guy and then comes out and gives a guy a little bit of a whack, I think it's a really, really good thing, and you'll stand up and take note as a player.
The kids coming through now are so precious. Paco, you'd have no hope being
extremely
coach these days, I think. You'd have half the kids with a sports psychologist.
I retired in
They'd be all basket cases now.
I retired in 2000 because that didn't understand the language, and I certainly didn't understand them.
No, but you're right, Sully. They are.
It's a different breed.
It's so
even
different.
when we started.
It's so different. Where we would treat our day off as maybe doing some extras. I know I did, just to try to get a little bit up on the opposition and keep my base up. But no. Day off is your day off. Don't even bother calling me. Don't even ring me. Don't text me.
And it's important, so it should be.
Yeah.
That finished the conversation quickly, didn't it?
The overall picture at Carlton, David, you've repeated this week what you've told us all year about the state of their lists. And it will be a ground zero rebuild, will it not?
Well, it will be a ground zero build, but they've still got 6 or 7 at the top end who at the moment are playing and committed, which means that they won't all go out at the same time. No doubt in my mind, I looked at 6 or 7 absolute A-grade players still playing, and most of those will be there next year. The difficulty is they've got 3 or 4 only in what I call the engine room, 24 to 28, one of whom's already put his hand up and gone. Yarram, I would think, he's not a cake builder, but he's a cream on the cake. Cruiser is the question mark. I think Cruiser's so committed, loves the club, may go because he can see an opportunity somewhere else to play, maybe immediately in finals and grand finals. You could understand him make the decision. But I will have a little wager that he is so committed to the club, has stayed with him, has a body that is going to need to be nursed, and if he goes somewhere else, they won't understand that. They'll whack him in and expect him to perform. So in the balance of it, I think and hope that Cruz will stay. But that's a very small group. And finally, 4 or 5 who at the moment, to me, and I've watched them quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, 4 or 5 who have the potential to be good players. Not great players. Doherty and Cripps look pretty good to me, but they're not great players yet. That, as a list profile, to me, is the worst in the competition now, and as bad as I've seen, and I'm not trying to make a big deal, I'm not trying to muck at anybody.
You've said it since the earliest rounds of the season.
Yeah, and that is a rebuild. Now, one of the good things about St Kilda, where Lindsay happens to be, is that 6 or 8, I've been watching over the last 5 or 6 or 8 of their really mature players who are at the top of their game, and including Rewald doing a new role, have been terrific. And I can see them. I watch behind the play. They are on-ground teaching coaches for you. So that means the development of this wonderful list that you've got coming through of talent is not only being coached by people like you, Lindsay, during the week and off the ground during the game. They're actually out there doing it on the day, which to me is the best coaching that you can provide, instantaneous feedback and direction for people. And I think that's happened well, which will bring that group along a lot quicker, and even those who've stayed and playing great football will get a chance to play in finals and have some success.
Yeah, I think it's the message that you sell as a senior coach when you come into a team such as Brendan Bolton will with Carlton is you don't come in and say, we aim to play finals in the next year or two. I think we come out, or Alan come out and say, listen, we're 5 years off it, 6 years off contending. I think supporters can live with that. In regards to the players that you spoke about, it would be so hard, and I can put my hand up. Sully, you probably didn't go down this path, but when we got so close and didn't get it, you probably know that your time has gone to play in a premiership, and Nick Riewoldt mightn't get that opportunity. Lee Montagna, the way his body is, he could potentially have another crack at it. So for them guys to buy into what the club has asked them of them, and the direction in which the club are going, the youth side, to see guys like Jack Loney and Luke Dunstan and Paddy McCartan and Hugh Goddard, Jack Sinclair, a few young kids come in, I think invigorates the older guys and gets them up and about, which is really important. So Brendan Bolton's first message will be extremely important for the Carlton Footy Club.
You touch on the importance of what the supporters can tolerate, and yet finals not being in the equation. What they can't tolerate is a lack of effort.
Yes.
As long as Bolts can invigorate the side so they're out there, and it's not going to be consistent effort. It's not going to be a four-quarter effort for the first period of time because the side's coming off such a low base. It's really hard to put that 4 quarters of football together. But that'll fluctuate. Towards the second half of next year, provided there's signs of that consistency and a better application, then there's some light in the tunnel for the Blue supporters.
Yeah, I would agree. And I can testify, coming from where we played a quarter and a half of good footy now and then last year, and we're in the game. The other 2.5 we got obliterated, absolutely smashed. Where this year we're the number one pressure team in the competition, and something that we're really taking pride on, because those things, like you spoke about, Sully, they're the stuff that doesn't take talent, the chase, the tackle, which everyone in the grandstand can see if you're bringing each week, and that's a bare minimum that doesn't take talent.
If John Worsfold is ready to return to coaching, should Essendon be asking the question?
Well, we're talking about qualities of people. Why, in fact, Brendan Bolton maybe got the job at Carlton, because one of the major factors is to have a teaching coach. Now, I'm not saying that people who aren't qualified teachers can't teach, but Richo's a classical one who is a teaching coach, and I think that would be validated by Lindsay. Well, that's what Bolts is. I know he was in charge of the last training session. In fact, he was taking the training. I don't know how long it is since Alice has taken the training session, but he's responsible for teaching of the game, and that's his absolute focus. The same would be what. Now, you've got to start with the point of who do we want, or what do we need? Not who as in person, but what does this club need now in terms of the personal attributes which that person will bring and the professional competencies might have. That's the starting point. And if Essendon were doing that process, it's called a process, but we're looking at it properly, you wouldn't find, if John, as you suggested, I haven't spoken to him since he's been working at Adelaide, but if John were to put his hand up and make a commitment to that job, you wouldn't get to find a more character person to go into an institution like the great Essendon Football Club. It's been a great club. If anybody would put it back together, that is the big picture stuff. This is not just building a team. I think the team's probably half reasonable. You might debate that. But the club needs a foundation rebuild. It means I'll block it over and start again. And I would have the faith, John's a good friend of mine, so I'm not likely to say different, but for that place, the person they need is in the form of a John Worsfold. So if he were to put his hand up, I'm surprised that he's talking that way, but obviously having gone back into the footy world, it's a bit addictive, as we all know here. That's why I'm still hanging around at 92 years of age. It's addictive.
You don't look it, mate.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say that. But I think it would be a good marriage, John Worsfold with the Essendon Football Club. I'm not trying to convince myself, but I'm concerned that he was going down that pathway when he'd obviously made a decision that football was not going to be a major focus in his life.
They need certainty. They need a way out of the wilderness. I think they do need a strong character from the outside, because Worsfold certainly fits all of those bills. It'd be interesting to see. I think he would need a team around him, a sort of cutting-edge tactical team.
Yeah, I think that's... Look, but it's not... You start off with these things, you're looking for a person. But when you see the responsibilities, the competencies required, it's not one person. It's either a duet or, in fact, a trio. And I think in the finish, Carlton will come up with a trio. There you are. Not just Bolts, but a couple of others who are going to be important in a working team off the field.
No, I agree. I agree, David. So it's important that you, being obviously a pretty experienced coach, that good coaches can identify their weaknesses and get the correct people around them.
I have no doubt. And if you don't think that way, you're doomed. If you think you are all omnipotent, you can do the lot and you don't need people around you, and you can't delegate because some people who are going to be extremely good coaches didn't go to the next step because they could never trust and give ownership to other people. I don't mean in a playing sense. I struggle with that. But I could always give ownership to people who were working with me. I always surrounded myself with people who had credentials and understanding experiences and things that I didn't have. What the difficulty for me was to actually give ownership to the playing group and get them embraced in the business of saying why we're here, where we're going, and how in the hell are we going to get there. That kind of that. And it was very difficult for me to actually make a change.
It wasn't hard for you early days to give that ownership to your assistant coaches, those around you?
We didn't have that many of them, but I was okay about that. I was comfortable with my own skin in that department.
Yep. Did Paul Roos get his messaging wrong this week? I'm not sure you can be at war with your fan base, can he? I'm not sure it's their fault, is it?
It's not the first time, though, Jared. It's not the first time he's had a bit of a whack at the negative mentality of the place. And I thought it was everybody. He's removed it from the players and the staff and those people close to it. He's removed it to the outside now, to all those people, the sponsors and people outside the place. I thought that was a bit strange. He got himself into extreme hot water and you took him down that pathway on your show.
That may very well be true, David.
Threw him straight under the bus.
It was great listening, though, I must admit.
Yes. That's hard for a club to get itself out of that, because it's not like Melbourne have done the right thing by their supporters over a period of time. And those who are buying memberships and rocking up at the moment are fulfilling their part. It was sort of a bit of a drive-by for probably some good people. Anyway, I think the Melbourne scenario is fascinating as to, with the next coach already chosen, as to what the setup looks like next year and how they go about it. We'll turn our focus in a moment to what's before us. Geelong and Collingwood with many a tale to tell tonight. The Cats looking to keep their finals chances alive, and Collingwood looking for something better, something substantially better than what they collapsed to last week on this very ground last Saturday afternoon against the Tigers.
ABC Radio Online and on mobile is here. Hear your favourite shows, hear your favourite podcasts, anywhere. Wherever you go, ABC Radio is online and on your mobile. And you can download the ABC Radio app for free. Hear now, hear later, hear anywhere. Hear here.
Grandstand. ABC Grandstand. On radio, online, and on digital radio.
Siren! 44 years without a premiership, and at last the Cats have done it.
They've had a permanent finals booking for 8 straight years.
Geelong premiers for the third time in 5 years.
This is the flag for the true believers at Kardinia Park. But where a 9th is concerned, the Cats have used all 9 lives.
And I think we're going to have a draw. We do. It's a draw on a Saturday night at Docklands.
When you're 9th on the ladder, 6 points behind 8th, we're fighting and scrapping with the teams trying to make it.
Geelong's fate is no longer in its own hands.
It's another big win for the Crows, but more importantly, the Crows' September fate is in their own hands.
All it can do is win and hope for an extension into one more finals race.
The plan for us really is exactly the same as it was pre-game. Do everything we can to win those 2 games.
Kirsten at the back trying to get a boot to it. Hawkins did soccer it through.
and the Cats grab the late one.
As players, we can control what we control, and that's to try and go and win both games.
On Friday night footy, it's Geelong versus Collingwood on Grandstand AFL. That's what lies ahead of us this Friday night with Geelong and Collingwood to square up. Collingwood has a little bit to play for as well, given the events of last week and the commentary surrounding them. Gerard Whateley and Adam White to call it for you. David Parkin and Brad Sewell are our experts. Whitey, good evening.
Good evening, Gerard. Who would have thought Def Leppard on ABC? They're on to their last life, the Cats. There's no doubt about that. I was so surprised at what happened last Saturday night against St Kilda. I think obviously the Cats were as well. It means now it's out of their hands. If they don't win tonight, it's all over. And that's weird.
It would be odd, Brad Sewell, to have a final series without Geelong.
That'd be rather nice, wouldn't it? Hey? They've had a good go. Be nice to, they'd enjoy a bit of an extra month off, September. Get away, get a bit of sun, the boys. They won't know themselves. Come back really fresh.
Few in a retirement on the way out.
An extra month.
A bit on Collingwood. They had 8-3. They're now 9-11. They've spent the week talking about they have improved. And I totally believe that. They probably need to demonstrate it just once on the way out the door, though, especially after the events of last week against Richmond.
The 8-3 is a bit of a false reading, I think. When you consider it's a fixture draw, either way you look at it, it's inequitable. You look at the wins they had: Brisbane, St Kilda, Essendon, Carlton, Gold Coast, North Melbourne, and GWS. Now, there's no real quality in those.
Well, it's only
wins.
one win against a team currently inside the top 8 for the entire season.
So there's a little bit of a false reading, I think, first half of the year. Now, great for the club and great for the confidence of young players and whatnot, but they were certainly found out second half of the year. And as a club, you'd like to have that the other way around, I think, Parko, where you take that confidence, that buoyancy of winning into the next year, and then they're not going to be able to do that.
I think I agree with all that you've said, but beyond round 11, when they had 4 and up to 5 of their first 22 unavailable, they went within 2 kicks of Fremantle, Hawthorn, Port Adelaide, who else? Sydney, all reasonable opposition, I would have thought. They got within a couple of guys. Maybe they should have won, but I have great faith in what they're doing and re-establishing a culture and a list that the coach really wants. I don't have a problem, and people say he's very good with words. I think he's very honest and very open. I've had a bit to deal with him. I enjoy his company, that you know where you are. I think that he's a long-term coach. I don't have any problem with it at all, even if they'd be expected to be right in it next year, that is in finals, but I don't expect them to go and smash a premiership in the next couple of years. So I think they're on task. They're on expectation from my point of view, and I don't have much time for the Collingwood Football Club either, like most, but I reckon they're okay.
We were talking about to Linz before about the difficulty of consistency for a young side. What did you put last week down to? Because it wasn't a matter of inconsistency, it was non-committal. They weren't even out there.
Second half was as bad. I came to watch. I went home. I came to watch, sat here by myself to watch a game which I thought would be a terrific contest in the circumstances. They were as bad, as poor as any half of football I have seen this year. Now, I can't explain why it dissipated as quickly as it did, but had they kicked reasonably well in the second quarter, they would have been probably gone in at half-time a little ahead. They didn't, and then got smashed.
You might be able to justify that against the top 4 side. But it was Melbourne.
I mean, a couple of weeks. Last week was Richmond.
Sorry, Richmond. Well, you spread me then, because I did come to watch Richmond and Collingwood last week, and I reckon if you're belittling Richmond, I'm against you, because I think they're all right. I think they're going okay. Yeah.
It was a strange game, though, last week, because, Gerard and I were calling it, and Collingwood had more inside 50s than Richmond for the entire game. And at one point, was it Gerard 20-7 or something in the second quarter, But every time it hit the ground, Richmond just took it from one end of the ground to the other and almost scored every time they went in 50. So it was a strange game the way it was played.
Particularly, and this is a criticism, because their ability to hold it in has been Mick Malthouse and Buckley's great strength. That once they get in, they've had players at ground level, even if Cloke and company weren't catching it, they've been able to hold it in there and create a second opportunity to score, and that didn't happen.
That's right, and if it comes out easily, Sando and I were commenting on, Collingwood's defenders had a meeting because things weren't going too well. And between the 6 of them, I reckon there might have been 50 games of experience. They were just so young. So, and that's where Collingwood has purposefully gone down the path of youth to build for the future.
Well, and they've rested Tuvey. This is fascinating for me. Tuvey's been almost their most consistent defender. I reckon they've waited a long time for Frosty. He's been on the edge for a long time, but they were just been hoping and hoping because he's such a good kid.
Well, he's played every game.
And now he's finally been omitted. Brownie's back, and that's a plus. They've missed Brown. Brown's been the solid base for that defence for as long as I can remember, and he's been out, for 5 or 6 weeks, so there's one of the difficulties. They're going to get sieved. I think their back half is a real problem at the moment because of the lack of size and the lack of maturity down there, that if they were to get in a lot of times tonight, Geelong, they'll score heavily, in my opinion. The back half has been a real problem for Collingwood.
Should have a very sharp sense of purpose tonight. I honestly think last week was understandable. They'd set themselves up for that faux final in Sydney. They were incredibly frustrated that they didn't win. The finals were out of reach. I think that's natural. But after that, you've got 2 more games to play out, and you can talk all you like, is there has to be action tonight. There is purpose. They don't have to find it. There is purpose. And only winning 1 game in the back half of the year should have it as a very sharp purpose tonight.
Absolutely. It's almost easier to play. How do I put this? It's almost easier to play in a game off the back of a performance from last week, as Jared has said, because you do have a genuine purpose. Now, if they had sort of just rolled through and just been done last week, then you can sort of, contest was good, didn't get over the line, things didn't go our way. But you can imagine what Bucks would have been like during the week to ensure they get a response. Possibly a few one-on-ones off the fence, Parker. Throw back to.
Yeah, and if they don't, Brad, if they don't get a response, then there is a problem. That's we'd be fair up here. That's not being disrespectful to the coach or not. But if they don't, all their players, but combination-wise, if they don't get a kickback tonight, there is more wrong than I perceive.
So Collingwood out first. It's a Geelong home game. I can't remember coming to the MCG for a Collingwood game and seeing so few of their supporters visibly in attendance. We'll see how it looks when the game starts. Before we launch into the preview, David, you're involved with footy at every level. You travel around the country with it. You have found a lovely story.
Well, for me, I've been, the patron of the Yarra Junior Football League, which my son played in, and now my grandson's playing in it. Been patron there for about 15 years. I went to the B&F at Ivanhoe the other night on Tuesday night, and I saw for the first time the youth under-18 girls were up on stage to get their to get recognised for the best players and then the best and first. And would you believe Olivia and Charlie McFawn, who are 2 17-year-old girls from St Mary's football. They are twin girls, and they tied for the youth under-18 best and first with 19 votes each. I thought how fantastic that is, that this league's launched into the women's competition, and every 2 girls. And what really fascinated me, I had to talk to the mum today, and she said, David, you've lived long enough. They're now calling them the Cracker Twins, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. And come out of basketball's been their love up, and besides 2 really tall, good-looking young girls, and they've thrown their lot into Australian football and absolutely love it.
How big is girls' football going to be?
Unbelievable. It's just going at a fast rate.
Yeah.
That's a lovely story, David. Thank you. There is a late change here with Collingwood running out onto the ground, minus Travis Cloke, who is a late withdrawal, and Jesse White comes in. So after the team sheets have been lodged, this has happened right at the end. So Jesse White comes in at Travis Cloke's expense.
I was worried you were going to say Daniel Menzel was a late withdrawal.
That's
a big one.
Yes, if you were holding a candle for Collingwood, it's is just in the breeze a little bit. The Cats are leaving their rooms now and shortly out onto the MCG. The appearance of Daniel Menzel after 4 knee reconstructions, returning to league football tonight, having last played on this ground in the qualifying final of 2011. And it's hard to think of a more torturous existence than what he's been through. The courage and the triumph to return tonight. And the whole football world crosses its fingers for Daniel Menzel as he makes his way up the race, surrounded by his teammates, a good few of which he will have played with and plenty that he won't have done. He wears the number 10. He was out on the ground a little earlier on, just surveying the old sights. And he'll get himself back into it and see if he can reignite his career, get through the night and move on from there. Menzel with his Geelong side as they go through the banner. Brad Sewell and David Parkin, the preview of what's to come.
I think firstly credit to Geelong for getting Menzel to this point and giving him a chance. I guess a couple of points we've touched on already, Parko. The first being Collingwood's response from last week, which has now become that little bit harder with Cloke withdrawing from the match. Their effort and their intensity and application in the first quarter, the first 5 or 10 minutes is going to be critical to setting the tone for the night.
And I can't imagine how losing Cloke, and it's obviously happened at the last minute in some accident or incident in the room or in the warm-up, and they haven't played great. You know, Cloke's been so important to them in terms of A, being there, C, playing well, D, actually converting the efforts into the front half on the scoreboard. And you reckon that it's not a mortal wound, but for most of us who thought, well, if they come with all guns blazing, you've suggested that's got to be the response. They come with all blazing. They need the artillery, and one of the big guns has just been removed from the fighting force. So, you know, you want them, and I hope we all go for Geelong here and give Collingwood a half chance, because every time the ABC box we all go for the one team, we give them a chance. I want them, and I really want this game to be what, and it is tragic when you look. I can't believe on a Friday night with draw cards of Geelong and Collingwood, and I close my eyes and think about the last decade with these teams coming together, you would have had 70, the minimal number, 65 to 70,000 here. If we've got 30,000 here, I'm a Dutchman's uncle, really. So
they've played 8 Friday night games at the G with an average of 81,000.
We're going to lower the average tonight.
Considerably.
But look, and we said earlier that this incentive business about teams who've got to win, Geelong have to keep their hopes alive by winning this game. Without it, they'll just about close the lid. Collingwood, as you suggest, have got to respond in some way. I mean, the heart of their club is here. Might be in small numbers, but they don't get some kickback and some response. That will be unacceptable as well. So I reckon we're still asking more questions which we can't provide answers to than we have the answers. I want Geelong to play. I actually want Geelong in the finals.
They're exciting.
Well, they do. They play the kind of Western Bulldogs, Port Adelaide, Geelong run and gun type game, and they are going, and they're exciting to watch, even if you don't particularly like them as a club. And I hope tonight that they get themselves into gear and play good footy, and Collingwood are a respectable opponent during that process.
Just before you go on, Lindsay Gilby down on the boundary for us, Linz.
Yes, just in regards to Travis Cloke, he's missed previous games with the calf, but I can tell you down here it's a hamstring kind of injury, so there's probably no risk at this point in time.
And you couldn't imagine he'd play next week if that had been the circumstance, so his season might have just ended.
Hammy in the warm-up.
Well, hammies and calves, they are, Brad, old men's injuries.
They are.
You got through. Yeah, you survived pretty well.
Last year I got a couple of hammies. Yeah. They did me in.
Well, yeah, I finished mine at 30 on 2 hamstrings. That did me.
Wretched things.
And when you've not had one, it's the strangest feeling.
I didn't know what happened.
I thought somebody had shot me in the back of the leg with a pea rifle.
Like something's almost scratching on the inside of my skin.
Yeah,
it's what's happening. Yeah, been indestructible up until then, Parker.
Yeah.
What do you need to see from Geelong tonight, do you think?
You know what you're going to get from the fearless leader, the heart and soul of the club. It's the guys around him that can stand up and rally with him. We haven't seen enough of that, I think, in the last few weeks. And as you sort of suggested earlier, Joe, there's a few older guys getting towards the back end.
That's interesting, Brad, because counted tonight, I think, staying the side tonight, Enright, Lonigan, Mackie, Kelly, Bartell, Johnson, McIntosh is not there in this stuff. There's 6 players who are 31 or over, about to turn 32. And I know they've probably, and Gerard would know better than us, that they've probably put a process into place that will allow them not to go at the one time, but over possibly the next 2, even 3 years. And Johnson's the classical one, and that the argument about should he be in the first lot dispatched or should he be retained? That's a good argument.
Yep.
And if you were Johnson, had the opportunity, would you go somewhere else now and maybe put the cream on the cake for a team who's hovering around maybe premiership hopes?
Yep.
I don't know. So there is some. I reckon they've been making up the the numbers pretty well from underneath. They'll miss Caddy. Caddy has become.
He's a bull.
Oh, I've got to say that one of the best inside players in the competition.
It's a big body, big frame in there,
and can play as well. He can do both things. So he's out. That's it. But the great joy tonight, we all hope, will be to sit and watch an absolute talent make his comeback and contribute to a team in a way that helps Geelong get better, maybe even help them to win the game tonight against, we hope, some very courageous Collingwood.
We just want to see him get through, don't we?
Really.
More than anything else. I don't care if he doesn't touch the ball. Just for him to get through for his own sake.
But I can remember the game where he kicked 4, Gerard, and
5.
He kicked 5 the day, and I think ended up receiving the Brownlow votes on that day. I mean, that's we sort of forget, don't we? As time dissipates that memory, we've actually forgotten what a real talent he is. And then we've seen his brother come in at Carlton and not have anywhere near the same attitude, approach, commitment to the workload. No absolute edge to him as a player, and I guess he's left them in 2 minds probably at the end of this season as to whether he's going to go on and create something which is good, or he's going to become an also-ran. I'm fascinated by out of the same, I guess, family, that you can have 2.
It's funny, isn't it?
It is funny. 2 so different type players.
Yeah.
The one kicker to tonight, Geelong's favouritism is without Caddy and Duncan, they are so thin in the midfield supporting Selwood, and where they have been good over the past 6 or 8 weeks and they've transformed themselves has been on the back of that support around Selwood. But with Cloke out of the Collingwood side, it does magnify the difficulty for the Pies. Brad Sewell, who are you picking?
Geelong.
David Park.
Geelong.
Adam White.
I was picking Collingwood until Cloke went out. So Geelong.
Well, we are a sweep for Geelong, so it gives us a chance of a really interesting encounter. Daniel Menzel is headed down into the forward line for the Cats. He shakes hands with his opponent for the Knights. And the opening siren fires for Friday night footy. Geelong simply must win. That won't be enough, but losing would be curtains. They're up against the Pies, and you're with Adam White.
And Vardy wins the first tap down for Geelong. Greenwood for Collingwood, fumbled it. Menzel, he'll get the first disposal. No, he won't. Yes, he will. He got tackled, spelled out, got it back again. He gets the handball, but it is in a messy situation. It's centre half forward for the Cats, and it's Cockatoo who gives away a free kick, holding the football. Free kick to the Pies to be taken by Sinclair. Short pass to Pendlebury. Back to Sinclair. Kicks to the southern side. That was a really good kick, and side bottom marks on the logo on the southern side of the MCG. And he's going to go even wider as Scharenberg marks right near the boundary. Dead set centre wing southern side.
He'll kick down the line, lob it up to half forward. Geelong have numbers around it. Vardy dropped the chest mark. Swan's a chance to get it. Gives it off to side bottom. Works it out the side to Fasolo. He'll kick Collingwood inside the 50. Moore pushes Bartell in the back. Taylor makes the spoil over the top. The ball is loose, 50 away from goal. Hand pass from Adams comes out to Greenwood, works it around to Crisp and now to Swan. They've given ground. Collingwood kick back inside the 50. Spoil made over the top there by Blitzavs. Collingwood will get it back again though. Marley Williams, he fends off Lang, tries to get away from Blitzavs, release the footy but not to effect. Johnson lays the tackle, plays held up at left half forward for the Pies.
The official statisticians in a very generous mood. They gave Menzel 2 handballs.
Why not?
Bledsoes wins the tap, breaks the congestion with a good tap to Steve Johnson. Handballs to Motlop, down the line towards Hawkins, gets rid of Brown, and now Brown gets rid of Hawkins, holding the ball. Free kick Collingwood. Advantage paid as Langdon mopped up the footy. Handball to Ben Reid. Handballs to Brown. Brown short to Greenwood. Greenwood kicks back to the wing towards Blair, through his hands. Cats have got the numbers here. Blitzhabs, handballs to out towards Kelly. His handball, not good to Steve Johnson. He goes back again, Kelly hacks it out of the air and kicks it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Collingwood, to Langdon.
Shannonberg's the boy who's taking Menzel.
The restart, the kick is to Adams from Langdon. At half back, up the line to Crisp. Collingwood going decidedly short through the early stages. 20 disposals they've had so far. The kick goes to full back for Reid. He looks to flare it out the far side with a kick in the Swan direction. Scharenberg links up with him. Down the line with a 20-metre pass to Pendlebury. Swan ghosts past. He'll receive the looping hand pass. Work it up forward of the play for Varco. This is approaching half forward. Missed the target in Blair. Has to chase his own footy. Gathers it on the boundary. Kicks into the pocket. Harry Taylor bats it down. Side bottoms onto the crumb. Trying to open up the angle. He does. He snaps and he goes. Terrific stuff from Steele side bottom. And a monopoly on the footy early. Brings up the first goal for Collingwood. It took 3 minutes.
You can almost see Steele was playing it out in his own head there. You can see him sort of lull the Geelong defenders almost into his pocket just so he can step back on his left. He's so good on either side of the foot, either side of his body, sorry, and just wrap that across his left foot for a nice snap.
Oh, a great call, Brad, because he knew of his strength on the other side. He sucked them in to come to the boundary line, just did a neat slide across them, made a yard further in towards the middle of the ground and whacked it. Terrific goal. What a great start for a team who's been struggling to get its act together.
It's 29 disposals to 9 Collingwood's way. Swan already 4 disposals, Adams 3. Back in the middle, Collingwood will go forward again. Crisp with the clearance, kicks towards centre half forward, more in front. Oh, he picks it up, runs away with a goal, and the Magpies have got 2. The Geelong defence just watched him waltz through with the footy after trapping it on the bounce, and he kicked the goal from the goal square.
Adam, go back to the centre bounce. Brody Grundy's hit down was absolutely perfect into the path. They got the cleanest down the corridor exit from the middle you could get, and the end result was the goal, based on that fantastic start at the centre bounce.
I didn't call that very well, I'll be honest. I just couldn't believe how easily he was able to just waltz through.
It's exactly the start Collingwood wanted.
2 goals in 4.5 minutes. Vardy and Grundy to square up. Selwoods with Greenberg. Lang and Crisp. And then under the pack, Blitzavs and De Goey. Geelong will get the clearance here through Blitzavs, who feeds it out to the wing for Buse. Worked up to Motlop, who was hot. Crisp dragged him down. Motlop's still over the footy. The umpire has a look. He's going to ball this one up.
Really poor awareness to give Motlop the ball there. You could see the Collingwood player literally as a backpack right on him, but still gave him the ball.
That was Buse, yeah.
Side of the centre square, Blitzavs doing the ruck work. De Goey underneath the pack, kick didn't go anywhere. Selwood knocks it down to Cockatoo. Winkle to kick up to half forward where Pendlebury cut it off. So Collingwood with the footy again. Hand pass out wide to Reid. He kicks down the line for Moore. Taylor works him underneath it. Vardy at the back for the Cats. Gives it off to Selwood. Looking for a target on the wing in Blitzavs. Clever hand pass to Vardy. He sent the big man into open space. He delivers in the Menzel direction. Sets himself and takes the mark. Decisive stuff from Daniel Menzel. Rapturous applause around the MCG. And a chance to take a deep breath. I wonder if the mind thinks back over the past 4 years. The big sticks are 30 metres away. What a way to open a return this would be. Menzel kicks are behind. We still feel all right coming off the boot. He'll build into it. A behind for Collingwood, 2 goals. 2 goals for Collingwood, a behind for Geelong.
Well, there's certainly no second mind in his approach and jump for that ball, Parker. He very assured.
Oh, that was stuff of fairy tales. Just thought he was going to kick it straight through the middle. Pendlebury marks the kicking. Flat kick towards Grundy. It goes over his head, but he was edged out of the contest, so he'll get a free kick for a push in the back. No one on the mark, so he can go on and kick it a long way forward of the wing towards for Solo or White. It gets past both of those players. Mackey for the Cats. Handball to Thurlow. Not sure on that handball to Bartel. He's tackled to the ground. Once the ball hit the turf, he was able to get a handball out to Lonigan. He gave a handball to Enright. Now the Cats can clear. Buse, short pass to Selwood at the members' wing. He kicks towards the 50. Menzel going back with a flight. Bounced off his chest. Goes again. Gets tackled to the ground. And he'll get a free kick, holding on without possession. So Menzel with the free kick just inside the 50 near the boundary at right half forward.
I bet he lays it off at him.
Yeah, he's certainly looking that way. And now he's saying to the umpire, no, I might have a shot. No, he will centre it up. And there are a lot of Collingwood players down there. They've got the numerical advantage, and off hands, it's Pendlebury who'll kick back to the goal square. Geelong goal square, that is, to Adams.
Off the last line, Adams. He'll play the southern side of the ground and kick for a bit of territory. He delivered it straight to Vardy, so it's a really poor choice. The Cats, Ruckman has it. Blitzabs, I beg your pardon. He gives it off to Thurlow, who kicks up to the teeth of goal. Reid stands his ground and he takes the mark in defence for Collingwood. It's the Magpies by 11 as we tick up to the 8-minute mark. Reid, that's a better kick outside the 50 for Blair, who can give it straight off to Elliott. Ran into a dead end and his hand pass didn't find a teammate. In fact, it turned straight over. Kelly gives it to Motlop, kicks around the corner up to half forward. Grundy against Guthrie. It was a mismatch in the air and Pendlebury whisks it away at ground level. He gives it off to Taylor Adams. Elliott, Blair dancing through half back. He had to shuttle it out the back in the hope of something better. Brown sends it all the way to the defensive goal square for Reid, but his kick coming out is okay to Elliott.
Left half back for the Magpies, 8 minutes played. Collingwood by 11 points. Elliott to the wing, wanting side bottom, but just getting there in time was Kolajasny to get a hand in there and knock it out of bounds for a throw-in.
Neither side have really settled yet. Handballs are flying around everywhere. There's a lot of turnovers through the middle of the ground.
Members wing. Collingwood 12, Geelong 1. Pendlebury already 6 disposals. Grundy tried to grab it out of the ruck. Kicked it about 5 metres. Selwood's there. Well tackled by De Goey and also Greenwood. Ball spits out to Kelly of the Cats. Off the side of his boot. Kicks towards half forward. Hawkins gets there on the bounce. Handballs over the top but straight to Williams of the Magpies. Kick around the body. Not sure on that kick. Kelly tried to knock it to Motlop. Couldn't get that far. Sinclair came in. Rushed a handball. Guthrie coming in the other direction. Intercepts. Comes out to Kolajasny. Defensive handball to Selwood. Handballs to Blitzabs, who kicks to the open side and they're away.
Mackey takes the mark. He's drowning in choices here, and of course he's cocked it straight up to Langdon. He had options galore and he picked out the one Collingwood player in the proximity. Out to right half back for side bottom. Couldn't find the way forward, so he retreats and Williams is inside the defensive arc. They've had a lot of ball defensive side of the middle, Collingwood in there. 54 disposals thus far. Kick out for Swan, leading to half-back. They have an 11-point advantage as we reach 10 minutes. Swan to the wing. Pinpoint kick for Blair. Blair backs away, has a look. Goes for the target up at 50, and he finds Greenwood between 3 Cats. It had to be right on the money, and so it was. Greenwood's a true centre half forward, and Moore is all on his own. He dropped the mark off his chest. He runs into trouble, but he feeds it off. Elliott works the hand pass to Fasolo, dragged down by Buse, lost the footy. Kelly for the Cats to Thurlow to Mackey, and they'll clear the defensive area in the kick for Lonigan.
Yeah, it was a little lucky it found Lonigan, to be honest. Almost hit him. And he took the mark and he kicks well to Kelly, who drops the mark though forward of centre. Just outside the centre square, and Collingwood got the numbers again. Williams picks it up, handballs to Adams, but his kick misses Swan and bounces out of play on the southern wing.
It's been comedy of errors.
Oh, has it been?
Extraordinary.
Has it been? Adams too has not been. That's been the knock on him, hasn't it? Been his usage of the ball. That's a dreadful kick. Dreadful.
He's had 6 disposals, but he's going at 50%. Now there's a free kick from the boundary throwing. It will be a Geelong free kick to Blitzabs, who gives a wide handball to Bartel close to the boundary. Handball's on to Guthrie, caught on his left. He kicks a long ball towards half forward. Oh, Walker, the one-arm mark. That was fantastic. At half forward, chips it inside the 50. That was not fantastic. Brown dropped the mark but got taken high. He'll get a free kick. Centre half back for the Magpies.
Pies by 11. Hand passing out the back to Pendlebury and up to Elliott. Nothing to write home about so far. Elliott out of the defensive arc for Solo's his target. Burlow closes, overcommitted for Solo. Marked, he didn't play on. Ducks back instead. Having a look down the line. 25-metre passes on for Blair. Swan, Varco trying to open up space up ahead. They're corralled. Elliott's on the 45-degree. Grundy comes from the bench. He gets it 15 metres down the field. Still defensive side of halfway. A lofted kick in the White direction. Lonergan works him to make the spoil. Enright. White kicked it off the heel. It didn't quite come off though. Lonergan put it through Enright. College Asney. Thurlow. Hand pass to Gregson. Bounced off Pendlebury. Gave it to Motlop. Sheer speed. Bounced off a target. Gives it off to Vardy. He'll loop it out to Menzel. Can have a look. He steadies at 50. He kicks. This is it. This is it for Daniel Menzel. He thumps the air. Nathan Vardy, the first one to hug him. They've spent so many days in rehab together. And this is love in football if you've ever seen it. A dozen players surround Menzel, who has a first quarter goal to reignite his career after 4 years of pain. He's got all of Geelong's score. 1-1 to Collingwood, 2 goals.
What was terrific? Absolutely fantastic was Motlop's effort in the middle of the ground to take the run and carry, and he actually stimulated and created the whole thing. In his effort of dodging, 2 Collingwood blokes collided with each other trying to get hold of him as he dodged and weaved and carried. But to see Menzel do that, that's just wonderful.
1,449 days since his last AFL match. It took him 13 minutes to kick a goal.
He's clearly been the most dangerous player for Geelong in their forward 50.
5 disposals, 4 contested possessions, a mark at inside 50 and 1 goal won. Thanks for coming. From the restart, nothing eventuated initially, and then the second time when it was thrown up.
He has set the bar rather high for himself, though, hasn't he?
Yes. But he was setting the bar quite high for himself before he had all those injuries. Yep. Grundy taps it down with a third stoppage, and now there will be a free kick going Collingwood's way. A push in the back, free kick to Sidebottom, is it? No, it's going to Greenwood. Sidebottom wanted the free kick. Greenwood goes short to Pendlebury inside the centre square. Goes wide, lovely weighted ball, and Varco runs onto it, marks on his chest at the 50, kicks to the square. It's a flat ball for Solo up, couldn't mark. Sidebottom comes from the side, somehow kicks it to Adams. Adams with the snap, Adams with the goal. The Magpies have got 3 straight 18. The Cats 1-1-7 after 14 minutes on a Friday night. Lindsay Gilby.
Obviously watching it, you guys would see it upstairs. Collingwood's really trying to deny Geelong possession of the ball, and lowering their eyes inside 50 is really important against the Geelong footy side, because they've got their defenders like to drop off guard space and hopeful that high ball comes in, which is easy to defend. So Collingwood are doing it well at this stage.
And we saw Varco's intent there to get back off the mark quickly and try and get the ball in there as quickly as they can.
And the bloke who couldn't kick it 20 metres to a mate running straight forward's done the best spin and goal and turn and kick over his head to score. Super effort.
David Parkin and Brad Sewell on grandstand AFL. Collingwood by 11. The bounce left the square. The umpire didn't want it back. De Goey wins the clearance for Collingwood. Bounces it to half forward. Swan didn't take it. He let it bounce off his shins. It got to a teammate, Crisp, who was dragged down without it. Left half forward. He works the hand pass into Sinclair, who sends it near the teeth of goal. Sidebottom flying from behind, brought it to ground, gathered it himself, shoots the hand pass out the back. Maynard looking for the way clear. Not a bad kick in the Grundy direction. No, Selwood saw it coming, and he's able to cut it off.
Had to beat the umpire as well. Selwood, he got rid of the umpire and took the mark.
Selwood just shares it deep in defence. The Cats hemmed in the back pocket with Taylor, who kicks down the line. Juggling attempt by Blitzevs. He was held by one arm, so he'll get a free kick, even though he almost took the mark anyway. So he's at left half back on the southern side. 16 played opening term. Collingwood by 11 points. Blitz has another flat ball, all directed close to the boundary, off hands. Front and centre was side bottom, had his handball knocked down. De Goey went off the ground in support Williams. Handball's back to side bottom. Scrubbing ball towards half forward. Blair kept it in front. White with the crumbs. Gave the handball to Pendlebury. Kicks to Swan, who marks 45 from goal. So side bottom 8 disposals. Pendlebury 9. Adams 7.
Jackson Thurlow, he was just unable to read that in flight. I know Swan's pretty good at it, but it looked straightforward to me. He ran round, did 3 laps round Swan and ended up going backwards as Swan stood there and marked it. Not sure why it was so difficult.
A chance for a 4th goal to Collingwood. Dane Swan from 45 just sort of pokes at it and threads it straight through the middle. Tell you what, they're playing pretty well at the moment, Collingwood. 4 straight 24. Geelong needing to win to stay in contention for the finals. 1-1-7 after 17 minutes.
Parker, I can tell you why that was difficult, because it's Swan. And you've got a young player playing on a champion of the game who is as conscious of Swan as he is the ball. So that allowed Swan, a smart player, just to lead him under the ball, and he knew where the ball was going. So he just sucked him under the ball and stepped back. Mark Williams used to do it better than anybody I've ever seen. Just drag his opponent under the ball, step back, and ends up taking a chest mark.
You're right. That's a perfect description of what happened. One bloke only had to take a step forward and a step back. The other bloke's done 3 circles, a somersault and a blind turn, and didn't get anywhere near the contest.
Collingwood by 17. Grundy wins the tap in the middle. To go, he's after it. Neat little hand pass to Greenwood under fierce pressure. He lost it. Lang stands in the tackle. He's dragged down. It'll be balled up.
And the pressure's on, isn't it? I mean, there's not much time and space. I'm right. I'm not reading it incorrectly here.
Vardy down to Blitzovs, down in the tackle by De Goey. The umpire to do it again.
Because it looks to me, the standard for the first 10 or 12 minutes was terrible, but I'm probably underestimating the pressure.
Blitzovs third man up, down to Selwood, couldn't take it. Greenwood socketed forward as far as Blair. He's down in the tackle, loses the ball. Selwood ran straight into trouble. De Goey got him, holding the ball.
He has struggled, the captain. Selwood's not had, in the last 6 weeks, had the impact that we know he normally has. He's just struggling with his form.
De Goey out to the right for Scharenberg, who plays to the southern wing for Williams. Williams measures it down the line. Perfect pass for Swan, 35 metres away. The view up at half forward. It's a bit of movement, but the kick will have to go to the deeper targets. Moore was it, but Harry Taylor beat him to it cold.
Inside 50s at the moment. Collingwood's way 8-5. The Cats work it out of defence down the southern side. Mackie with the kick towards the wing. No mark taken. Selwood dives in, paddles it into the Steve Johnson direction. Has support in Hawkins, who's a mile away from the forward line. Handballs to Mackie up towards Walker. Had 2 to beat. At least was able to split the pack. The ball gets to the back. Stays in the field of play. Maynard in the back pocket for Collingwood. Settles things down and goes short to Jack Crisp, who marks 30 metres out from Geelong's goal. And he'll flare it wide to Pendlebury. Has a little bit of a fumble trying to trap it on the half volley. Then kicks short to Varco at defensive 50.
Reid is down in the back play from the pack that Walker split. He's got 4 medical staff around him now. So a good deal of concern for the injury-prone Ben Reid. Varco kicks down the line, hoping for Grundy, who got pushed and the arms chopped. Free kick one of 2 ways. He'll go beyond halfway, but he's picked out Mackie in a ball that fell short. He's hoping for Swan. The target was too deep, though. Mackie retreats through Bartel. Johnson's on the switch. Bartel reluctant to go there. He'll play up the middle instead as Enright comes through centre half back. Cats have been jumped as they were last week. 4 goals to 1. Collingwood by 17 points. End of time on now. Enright from half back up to half forward. Hawkins was in the pack. It was knocked away by Brown. It lands on the broadcast wing. Elliott worked the hand pass around to Crisp, who gives it off to Taylor Adams. Kicks into the midfield for Varco. He's got room in which to move. He creates with a kick inside 50 for Solo. Dropped what he should have taken. De Goey trying to win it back. Guthrie disputes it and he hand passes to Motlop.
Who gives the handball to Mackie under pressure. Kicks to Kelly, who marks as side bottom came late. Kelly handball over the top to Lonigan. Handball to Motlop. Not good. Grundy coming in the other direction. Did extremely well. Won the ball. Handball to side bottom, who kicks down to Crisp. 75 out from goal. Short pass to Elliott, who marks. On the boundary, 45 from goal. He's going to open the angle and then just poke it even deeper into the pocket. And Jesse White marks only 20 metres, if that, from goal, but he is hard on the boundary. But he can open the angle with that right foot.
Constructive piece of play, starting with Grundy here, body lining the ball. Motlop coming off second best and just getting it going their way. A couple of smart usages of the play.
White opens the angle. The snap's pretty good. It's better than pretty good. It's very good. And Collingwood have got 5. With White snap from the boundary, the Magpies 5 straight 30. The Cats 1-1-7 after 22 minutes.
I think your insight, Brad, before the game in terms of what didn't happen last week, what we, if you were a Collingwood person, would hope and expect to happen this week has in fact been delivered off the back of the public, I guess, and private criticism this team had to suffer. At the moment, Geelong are really staggering, and as Lindsay pointed out down below, even though they're not the best kicking side, they've been shocking over the last month, Collingwood. They're keeping the ball away from Geelong. It's been terrific, well executed.
When they met earlier in the year, Geelong led by 7 goals to 1 at quarter time. It's a role reversal, 5 goals to 0. The Pies win it out of the middle. Adams got it up to centre half forward where it's in dispute. Side bottom tracks it. Kolodjasny beat him to it, so side bottom laid a fierce tackle, brought him to ground, tied it up. It'll be balled up 30 out from a Magpie goal.
And on that point, Parker, it's embarrassing what they would have felt last week.
Yep.
They're going to stick with them all week.
Moore doing the ruck work. He works it down to Adams, out the back to Varco. A snap. They've got half a dozen. The Magpies off to a flyer. And Crows fans are huddling round their radios. This will do Adelaide nicely. Collingwood 6 straight, 1-1-7 Geelong after 23 minutes.
Well, they've created significantly more opportunities, and they've been far better with ball in hand than their opponents. And the pressure at the moment seems to have impacted on Geelong to cause fumbles, poor decision-making, very ordinary execution with their feet. At the moment, they need to take a deep breath and slow this down. They really need to get control of the ball.
111 disposals to 70.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
37 contested possessions to 23. 34 marks to 13, all Collingwood's way, and on the scoreboard, 36-7. They're going forward again. Crisp the centre half forward. Enright dropped the mark for the Cats. Lets Elliott in. He gets tackled. Enright goes again. Did well to get a handball away. To Bledsoe. Takes a long time. He's dropped it cold. Free kick to Swan for holding the football. He's just outside the 50. But by the look of it, I think he wants to have a shot. He's looking at his options. Will he go short or is he going to go long? He's just going to pop it up. It'll fall a little bit short. It's in the square. Moore nearly marked it off hands. It does go through for a rush behind. Collingwood 6-1-37. Geelong 1-1-7. They've almost botched the kick in. They will get out of it in the end.
Bartel kept his head about him. He got it from Lang. Gave it off to Mackie, who kicks out for half-back, where Walker, working a long way up the field, takes the mark. The set of clearances all Collingwood's way. They've had first use from the opening bounce and have taken good toll. Up to half forward. Menzel flies from behind, brings it to ground. Enright to Bartel. He coughed it up. Langdon works it around for the Pies. Scharenberg with a touch and Maynard as well. Up to Swan, gives it off to De Goey. Tried to balk around Hawkins, didn't get around, but gave it back to Swan. And still they come. Up to Crisp. Beautiful kick. Fasolo on the lead, reaches up and takes the mark.
Every element, isn't it? Every element of their game. Good selections.
I mean, that hasn't been clean. The handball's a little bit sloppy, but because they're running together. They're managing to clean it up.
Alex Fasolo angled to the left, 35 metres from goal. The drop punt's at the right-hand post and it feeds in. And Collingwood has straight out flipped the script from what happened earlier in the year. And they have delivered 7 goals to 1 in a stunning opening term. 7-1-43 to 1-1-7. 26 minutes gone.
And we sit back and look at each other now. We said we actually talked it through before the game, saying what the response would be, but none of us had the courage to actually go with our conviction before the game. Not one of us. And we gave them the start they wanted by all of us putting our hand up for Geelong. So I hope we get some credit when it's all over.
Lindsay?
There's more bad news for Geelong. Stephen Motlop's gone straight down the race with the doctor. It looks like he was grabbing the back of his leg. I'm not sure if there's anything involved with it, but I'll keep you informed.
7 individual goal kickers for Collingwood in 26 minutes of play. Back in the middle, Blitzavs fell over trying to get the tap down. De Goey went off the ground. Moore has a go for Collingwood. He's dispossessed. There's a free kick being paid by the umpire at centre-half forward for Geelong, and it will be a Cats free kick to Blitzavs in the centre circles.
It's the umpire 70 metres forward of the play.
So Blitzavs hesitates, told to play on, so rushes a kick inside the 50, Cockatoo up, he couldn't mark. Johnson's down there, edges away, Maynard snaps towards goal, falls a little short, and straight into the hands of Langdon of the Magpies. Last line of defence.
Love that kid. He's a great intercept for a kid playing a game.
It's a dodgy kick though, and Kelly's going to pick it off 48 metres from goal. He'll need to move it quickly if he wants to pass it off. James Kelly tries the neat kick into the pocket. It doesn't work. Spoil put on Selwood and Collingwood brings it away. Side bottom's the runner. He has 2 bounces through half back. He pauses, he pirouettes, he does a loop and he kicks it sideways to Pendlebury, and that is quarter time. And for the Collingwood fans who could have been bothered coming, they have seen an emphatic response from their team. After conceding the last 9 goals in that match against Richmond 6 days ago, they have kicked 7 goals to 1 to quarter time to have a commanding 36-point lead. 7-1-43 to 1-1-7. For the Magpies, goals to Fasolo, White, Adams, Varco, Sidebottom, Moore and Swan. Well, for the Cats, Daniel Menzel has all of their 1-goal won. Remarkable opening. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
Can your side win the 2015 AFL Premiership?
And he stepped it through magnificently.
Find out about season 2015 in the ABC Footy magazine. Edited by Jared Waitley, it's your essential season guide. Packed with profiles, statistics and exclusive insights from AFL experts and footy legends. ABC Footy magazine. Get your copy now from ABC shops, centres, newsagents and ABC Shop online.
Grandstand AFL.
Missed the target in Blair, has to chase his own footy, gathers it on the boundary, kicks into the pocket. Harry Taylor bats it down, side bottoms onto the crumb, trying to open up the angle. He does, he snaps and he goes.
Back in the middle, Collingwood will go forward again. Crisp with the clearance, kicks towards centre half forward, Moore in front. Oh, picks it up, runs away with a goal, and the Magpies have got 2.
Gives it off to Vardy, he'll loop it out to Menzel, can have a look. He steadies at 50, he kicks, this is it! This is it for Daniel Menzel! He thumps the air! Nathan Vardy, the first one to hug him! And this is love in football if you've ever seen it.
At the 50, kicks to the square, it's a flat ball for Solo up, couldn't mark. Side bottom comes from the side, somehow kicks it to Adams. Adams with the snap, Adams with the goal. He's going to open the angle and then just poke it even deeper into the pocket. And Jesse White marks. White opens the angle. The snap's pretty good. It's better than pretty good. It's very good. And Collingwood have got 5.
Moore doing the ruck work. He works it down to Adams. Out the back to Varco. A snap. They've got half a dozen. The Magpies off to a flyer. Alex Fasolo angled to the left. 35 metres from goal. The drop punt's at the right-hand post and it feeds in. And Collingwood has straight out flipped the script from what happened earlier in the year. and they have delivered 7 goals to 1 in a stunning opening term.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 36 points at the first change. In the NRL, it's the Roosters 10 leading Manly 0 after 24 minutes. Brad Sewell and David Parkin.
I wonder if the Geelong players started considering their travel options end of the year, Parko. That was, as we predicted, Collingwood came out and responded, but cowardly, we suggested Geelong would still come out and win. Makes it tough from here.
Well, it's more than tough now, isn't it? I mean, they put the quarter time came about 3 goals too late. They needed to slow the game down about a 7 or 8 minute call I made, and they just couldn't get hold of it. And leadership is so important. You've got Pendlebury at quarter time, who's had 11 disposals at 100%. I mean, that's leadership at its classic best when it's most needed. And I'm not putting, because I reckon Joel Selwood is one of the best, if not the best leader in the competition. He struggled over the last month. He's had 5, I think, and he's running at 80%. Yep. And there's the difference in the two teams almost through their leadership. And I know that's unfair to that. And the other one is Swan, and playing much more forward of centre, and he's been an absolute go-to. His decision-making, execution, and he's also kicked a goal. That was a particularly important input. And then I go to the other extreme where Stevie J, and I'm a great Stevie J. I came to watch him play. Often, if I had nothing to do and Geelong were playing and Stevie was there, he's an excitement machine. I think, and I might be wrong here, he's touched the ball twice in the first quarter, and so important, and is running at 50%. There's the input difference.
Yeah, I mean, Collingwood just completely controlled the ball, controlled the play. Then 126 disposals to Carlton's 80. To Carlton, I keep saying Carlton, to Geelong's 80. Marks 38 to 15.
That's something.
So that gives you a good indication of what Collingwood are doing tonight. They're controlling the ball and keeping it off Geelong, and we've seen so far Collingwood holding onto the ball around the 50. We know the Geelong defenders drop off and really good contest to mark in their back half. What Collingwood are doing is they're being really constructive in their forward half, using the ball really, really in a clever manner.
Yep.
And certainly it helps when you kick straight. 7-1 is so important.
Well, I mean, they had those sort of inside 50 numbers against Richmond and couldn't actually score a goal. And they've scored 7 from 13 entries.
Yep.
Lindsay Gilbey.
Yes, better news for Geelong fans. Stevie Motlop has taken his place back out on the ground to start this second quarter.
So the long climb back. It's Collingwood by 36 points. If the Magpies win, can shut the gate on the 8, the Crows will be in without leaving their houses. 7-1 to 1-1. Start of the second term. Blitzavs wins the tap down to Selwood, immediately in the tackle, being worn close by Greenwood. It won't clear.
And Geelong have 3 young blokes, Gregson, Lang and Cockatoo, who've hardly impacted at all.
Collingwood to the city end. Side bottom wins it away in the middle. Bounces it up to half forward. Moore took it on the bounce. He's in the tackle of Taylor. He's dragged down. He lost it and he goes holding the ball. Geelong want to claim the advantage. Off to Johnson. Kick up to half forward. Greenwood threw himself at it but didn't mark. Menzel gathers, worked his way through. Hand pass to Selwood. Up now to Motlop. Had to reach, and by the time he had it, Maynard had him. Drags him down and wins holding the ball.
The touch that Menzel is showing is quite extraordinary, silly, isn't it?
Doesn't miss the boot, has he?
No. I know he's played 6 games back at VFL level, but it certainly looks like he's been playing for 10 years without missing any footy. The Magpies, from that free kick, work it out to the southern side to Grundy, who goes in short to Adams, who had 11 disposals in the first term, along with Pendlebury. Sidebottom and Swan had 10 each. So they're key playmakers through the midfield, getting a lot of the footy. Adams goes backwards to Reid, who'll go all the way back to fullback to Pendlebury, who'll then go along to Langdon. So they've gone from the southern side to the members' side. Langdon at right half back. 90 seconds played in the second term. Collingwood 43, Geelong 7. Langdon up to the wing. White in front. Slapped off his hands. Guthrie crumbs it. Gives the handball away to Lang. Loops the handball over the top to Gregson, who handballs down the line to Mackie. Inboard handball to Bartel. Bartel, handball on the bounce to Menzel. He's 40 out. He's got one. Why not two? This is stuff dreams are made out of.
Very tough.
Daniel Menzel has Geelong's entire score at the 2-minute mark of the second term. He hasn't played football for 10 years. Collingwood 7-1-43, Geelong 2-1-13. Surely that'll inspire the Cats.
I reckon they'll be writing a third part to that story.
It's an amazing composure. He's laid up the man running past him. Thought, no, I can do this.
His timing is immaculate. There are two things out of that. His kick was incredible. I've never heard the ball slap off a bloke's hands like Jesse White dropping that. We're a long way from it. And that just rung around the MCG as if he truly did have iron gloves. Collingwood by 30. Grundy with a tap in the middle. Blitzavs tried to shark it, paddled it to Selwood, kicked it off the ground, didn't amount to anything though. Side bottom finds a way through for Collingwood. Up now to Crisp, flares it out to the wing for Blair. He overruns it, so Crisp just kicks it off the ground, gains 30 metres, runs onto it himself. He's tackled by Cockatoo, he's brought down, he's lost it. Mackie fights for it underneath the pack. Gives it to Bartel and off to Kelly. He kicks the Cats around the wing where Steve Johnson slides in, marks, regains his footing, kicks off the outside of the boot up to Vardy. Can't mark low down, still has the footy, feeds the hand pass to Blitzavs, gets it back to Johnson who's hot. He gets under the tackle, but there's a free kick Collingwood's way to Marley Williams.
Williams at the top of Geelong's 50 will take the free kick. He'll go the southern side. He's got two options. Adams marks and then handballs on to Swan, who takes a bounce. He runs to 60. Handball to Greenwood. Can't beat the Bartel tackle. Did get a handball out though to Varco. Varco handballs on to Elliott, and Elliott snaps a goal. So the Magpies from the southern side run it down the field and kick an eighth. 8-1. 49 to Geelong, 2-1-13 after 4 minutes of the second. The Magpies now with 8 individual goal kickers.
Again, they made that up really well. Swan run and carry. Didn't want to blaze away and kick long into their forward line, knowing Geelong defenders are so good at dropping off. Found that bit of a sloppy handball through traffic, but finally found that spare and that overlap, which allowed the goal basically from the goal square.
It wasn't pretty.
No.
Pretty effective.
8-1 to 2-1. Goal apiece at the start of the second term. Grundy leaps high, but he knocked it straight down to Selwood, who got taken high, claims the advantage, gives it on to Bartel, kicks up the full forward. Menzel's the only way home. He flies, he brings it to ground at the back, he gathers, he gets it on the left boot, he snaps it to the teeth of goal, where Langdon rushes it through from behind. So the rush behind is still Menzel's, really, so I still have him with the whole score at 2-2.
Into the back pocket goes Collingwood to Pendlebury, who runs on and kicks towards Greenwood, who stretches and marks in front of Selwood.
He's done well.
Greenwood off a step, kicks up to De Goey, who marks on the southern wing. So already Collingwood to halfway under little pressure.
Make the point that it is Greenwood who's doing the job on Selwood.
De Goey goes long towards Moore, who stretches and marks in the front of the pack. He handballs on. The kick from Fasolo to the goal square. Varco's there. Steve Johnson defending. Gets a fist in there. It comes back to Johnson, who gives the handball to Lang. And Lang with a bit of toe. He gives the handball out to Kelly. Kelly's kick is ordinary. Straight to Sinclair.
Sinclair has a look at the options inside 50. Kicks in the Moore direction. And the young forward reaches up to take the mark.
He has already imprinted on me, young Moore. He is the package. I hope it doesn't change the anatomy on his shoulders, but he can compete now. For the first couple of games he leads, he judges beautifully, strong hands, good leap, and normally a good kick.
To become Collingwood's first multiple goal scorer of the night from 30 metres out. That's dead on target. And this is already at the brink of being irretrievable. Collingwood by 41.6 minutes into the second term. 9-1-55 to 2-2-14.
Young key forwards, Parko, shouldn't look that comfortable out there. Generally, that takes them a couple of years. Cloke missing as much football as he has this year has been a great thing for Moore's development. So much more ball is going through him as opposed to that safe kick long to Cloke, be that into the forward line or the way Cloke hits up halfway, up the ground.
Well, I watched him very carefully in his first couple of games. He was a sheer kick and mark man, but he's added all the other elements within about a month. I reckon that's fantastic. A quick learner, got everything he can bring to the game.
Grundy to go in ruck, and he'll win it down comfortably against Vardy. But it's Bartel that comes through. He gets tackled to the ground. There's a bit of a tangle going on off the side of the contest with Greenwood and Selwood. The umpire ignores that and throws it straight up again. Guthrie trying to barge through. Dispossessed to go. He comes up with the football. His kick was smothered. Selwood grabs it and just kicks it as far as he can towards the 50. But Langdon takes the defensive mark for Collingwood. Spreads it out to the members' side. Elliott takes it on the bounce. Loops a handball over the top to Williams, who evades Blitzabs and then kicks longer towards side bottom. Couldn't get there on the full, but was able to trap it on the bounce. He's running the wrong way and then handballs about 25-30 metres back to Williams, who's on the wing. His handball was a little too cute, and Lang was able to get a hand in there and knock it out of play for a throw-in. So 8 minutes played in the second quarter here, and Collingwood 9-1-55, Geelong 2-2-14.
Throw in directly below us. Grundy with the tap. Vardy on the follow-up. Grundy turns tackler. Vardy's going to drop this and go holding the ball. It's a good tackle from Grundy to pin an arm. The Magpies ruckman rises with it. Defensive side of the middle. He's kicking inboard to the side of the centre square for Scharenberg. Down the line for Adams. Had half a step on Mackie. It was all he needed. Across the centre square for Maynard out the far side. Delivers his kick in the Pendlebury direction. Cockatoo across the front. Not only spoiled, but then took the mark at the second bite. Gives it off to Thurlow, to Johnson, and back to Thurlow, running the gauntlet at half back. Not his best kick, and Maynard is going to repel for Collingwood on the southern wing.
He's going to centre it up inside the centre square. Dangerous kick, wanting crisp. Steve Johnson in front, took the mark, controlled it before it was knocked out of his hands. The ball has gone way out to the southern side, but it will come back to Steve Johnson inside the centre square.
I think what's disappointing is that Geelong's laid 13 tackles only to this point.
Now Johnson does kick it back to the wing to Cockatoo, who kicks the half forward over the head of Menzel. He's got 2 to beat. He's not going to be able to do that. And Langdon works it out with Maynard. And Maynard's the one that kicks it to Crisp. Down the line, it's a lovely kick as well. Straight onto the chest of Sidebottom. It's an open forward line. Sidebottom's kick to the pocket. Blair and Swan actually ran into each other, and the ball was at the back, and Blair picked it up and handballed to Swan, who misses. To the left-hand side from only 15 metres out. It was a rush kick, but you'd think that Swanee would normally kick those. Collingwood 9-2-56. 7 goals in front of Geelong, 2-2-14 at the 10-minute mark.
Thurlow clears the defensive 50, hoping for Mackie. Elliott folded back to make the spoil, but Mackie kept his wits about him. Gave it to Kelly. His kick is smothered. Varco gets it. He's dragged down by Gregson. Play on is the call. Mackie off to Enright. Hand pass for Gregson. Couldn't take it against the boundary. The Magpies trap it at right half forward. The mark's 57-19 Collingwood's way. In a complete domination, which has them leading by 42 points. DeGoey straight through the stoppage at half forward, gives it off to Varco. He hand passes to Chris, kicks to the teeth of goal. It lands in the square for Solo, rushes at it. Buse kept him away from the kick and muscled him over the behind line for a minor score. 43 points the lead.
They really did just waltz through that stoppage there. You don't see that too often out the front of a stoppage like that.
But it's happened a few times tonight.
Yeah.
Hartel will mark the kick in. He gives the handball on to Guthrie. He's handballed it straight to Williams. Collingwood have it back at half forward. Crisp again through the traffic. Too easy. And he's kicked up to Fasolo, who's marked it straight in front. 30 out.
Oh, this is
bizarre.
Well, it's becoming embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's got to that point where they are trying now, Geelong. They realise the situation and cannot impact at all.
Alex Fasolo, who was subbed pretty much at half-time last week because Nathan Buckley wasn't happy with him. He stayed in the team. And now he has his chance at a second. He leans back on this one. It's close. It misses. To the left. Collingwood, 9-4-58. Geelong 2-2-14. 12 played second quarter.
Having kicked so well early in the game, they're lapsing back into habits here, Collingwood. Mackie in long and wide for Kolajasny. Down the line, Walker's his target. He's going to have to two to fly against. Moore comes back, got good purchase of it, but Walker was being held by Maynard. The umpires paid the free kick Geelong's way. Walker dabs up the line for Menzel. Coming up for disposal number 9 to go with his 2 goals. He roosts the ball up through the 50 in the Selwood direction, off hands and out of play at the juncture of 50 and the boundary. Greenwood and Selwood have been engaged from virtually the first bounce. Up at half forward for the Cats. Grundy brings it down. Guthrie's onto it though for Geelong. Turns out of the pack, kicks up to full forward. Hawkins is not in the contest here. Menzel and Walker were the 2 best, but Langdon placed himself expertly, takes the intercepting mark.
He's in the right back pocket.
He's now got Menzel. They've swapped Chattenburg off him.
Langdon will go long to the members' side. Wanting White, who was at the back of the contest. He couldn't mark it, but it came to him. And he was able to give the handball to Greenwood, who kicks forward of centre to Fasolo inside the centre square. Handball's back to Greenwood, who kept running. He kicks the full forward. Elliott in a foot race with Taylor. Elliott collects. Taylor strips him of it. And he did extremely well, Harry Taylor, to be able to force the ball out of bounds for a throw-in. It looked all money that Elliott was going to run away and kick a goal. Desperate work there from the veteran defender. Deep in the left forward pocket for the Magpies at the city end. Lonigan wins the tap down. Selwood out of the traffic. High kick, clears defensive 50. Scharenberg couldn't quite complete the mark. Fights on at ground level, wins it. Handballs it out. It's picked up by Crisp. He gives a handball to Greenwood. A handball to Nathan Brown at the 50. He kicks to the top of the square. Going back with courage was Cockatoo. Couldn't mark. Falls to Steele, side bottom, who kicks his second. And Collingwood have got 10. It is a 50-point lead to the Magpies. They can do no wrong. 10-4-64, Geelong 2-2-14 at the 14-minute mark.
Oh, I know they've talked about him a lot, but young Crisp is a terrific player. Got the combination of being able to win contested ball as good as anybody else, and is also able to carry and use it. He's been an absolute find for them. Side bottom every time I see him, and he doesn't look the prettiest footballer, but he's very, very effective. He's had 15 possessions, 6 contested possessions, running at 80%, and has kicked 2 glorious goals.
Is this the same team, Jared, we saw 6 days ago?
They've found their purpose. Adam. Bounce leaves the circles. So tossed up this time. Blitzavs flies early. Grundy controls the tap. Tried to put it in the path of Adams. Motlop got it though to Blitzavs, to Bartel. This is in too close. Motlop tried to paddle it to Kelly, who overran it. There's a bit of holding going on against Kelly. Swan's free kick. He's looking every bit his age tonight, James Kelly. Swan kicks into centre field. DeGoey, young blonde with green boots, plays out the far side for Reid. Reid up to half forward for Solo's his target. He leads in right up. 2 kicks out from goal. Varco's on the long lead. Moore's the deeper target. There's no way in. So he plays backwards through Marley Williams. And Williams will just stay on the far side as they sit on this Collingwood. The kick up for Langdon inside 50. They fly, and Harry Taylor. He's one sure pair of hands out there for the Cats. Off to Lang and Bartel and Johnson. They play the fast break now to Gregson. He'll loop it up to Hawkins. Hawkins has still got runners everywhere. He decides to leave them be. for reasons best known to himself. He gives it off to Motlop, but the fluency is lost. Sideways kick to Lang. Up now to Mackie from 49. He can sometimes, not this time. Walker will mark in the pocket though. Hand pass to Stevie J, who snaps the goal. They've been few and far between. That one on a damaging move down the ground. Cuts the deficit to 44 points. 3-2-20 Geelong. Collingwood 10-4-64.
What they did do then was to take risks unlike I've seen them to move the ball in the classical manner that Geelong can, mainly with their hands in that instance. It was risky stuff. It was on the edge, but thank goodness in the finish it got rewarded, because if they're not going to take those sort of risks, it's just going to continue to slip through their fingers. They can't pass. Let's see a bit more of that, and you can only lose by a bit more, but you have a chance to win playing that way.
3-2 this quarter Collingwood's way. The margin 44 points. 17 played in the second quarter. As Grundy wins the tap, but it's sharked by Guthrie. He handles it straight to Greenwood. Got taken high, no free kick. Collingwood still with the ball anyway, with Swan getting a handball out to Blair. Loops a handball towards Adams, who just handballs it on inside the 50. Cats getting back in numbers. Kelly collects for Geelong. Around the body, it was a kick and hope, really, looking for, I'm not really sure who. The umpire says looking for the boundary, and he's called it deliberate. Well, I don't know whether it was deliberate, because he never really looked where he was kicking it. He was just trying to kick it out of the danger zone.
That is incorrect.
And Jared Blair has the free kick, though, Paco. And he's going to centre it up to Greenwood at the 50. Steve Johnson got back there and got a fist in. He did well, but there's a throw. That's against the Cats. And it'll be a free kick to the Magpies. I'm watching Dane Swan limping from the field as well, so we'll get to Lindsay Gilbey after this kick from Jack Crisp.
I think he's tweaked his medial, and in Selwood's frustration, he sort of twisted Swan back in the tackle and left his knee there.
Jack Crisp won't go for goal. He'll kick it to the square instead for Grundy, who reaches up, can't quite mark. At the drop, it's a Cats ball. Walker in defence. All hands on deck in defence at the moment for the Cats. He's gone short for Menzel.
Menzel lays it off to the side for Taylor. He looks out across the face of goal where Lonergan makes space under the southern stand. Bartel waves him on. He kicks down the line for Blitzabs. Takes the mark, flips the hand pass to Mackie. This is a better move from Geelong up to Johnson. Johnson just second guesses himself and Langdon ahead of him, and then kicks it out on the full, which has been a little in keeping with the Stevie J way this year. Lindsay Gilbey.
Yeah, as Whitey mentioned, I didn't want to interrupt the call, that Dane Swan looks like a little bit of a right knee, which Sully said before, so I reckon it might be just a jarring.
Brown across the face of goal for Williams. Kick smothered by Walker. Williams, though, gets back onto the ricochet. Kicks to half-back. Menzel couldn't grab this one. Neither can Grundy, and Vardy does. Hand pass to Selwood, who's in the tackle of Greenwood. Hand passes forward, but only as far as for Solo to Blair. Guthrie locks him on him, so Geelong's certainly up in its rating here. The ball is in a pack. It spills out the way of Fasolo, who's down by Motlop. The umpire said he didn't have it, and it'll be Fasolo's ball at half-back, with Collingwood leading by 44 points.
So Greenwood and Selwood continue to go at each other.
Well, this is fantastic.
Sully's just licking his lips, thinking this was you last year. This sort of thing. The Joel Selwood.
The only thing I missed.
Langdon has it for Collingwood now on the southern side. He takes a bounce. He runs a long way. He kicks it inside the 50, wide in front. Moore there as well. He couldn't complete the mark. Bartel, he's dispossessed. Geelong come up with a footy. Vardy, a handball, a defensive one to Lonergan, who spreads it wide. Stretching and marking for the Cats is Blitzabs, who plays on, gets away from Langdon quite easily in the end, and goes into Hawkins, who drops the sitter. It comes back to him, though, on the bounce. He kicks a long, penetrating ball, but again, another poor kick straight to Scharenberg, who marks for the Magpies at half-back.
He works it up to Pendlebury, 25 metres ahead of the play. Just looking to control the footy for a little while here. Pendlebury kicks it around to Sinclair. Just sensing Geelong trying to claw their way back in. Collingwood with a 44-point lead, 5.5 minutes remaining in the opening half. Sinclair kicks around the southern wing. He hasn't chosen well there. He carried the pack and delivered it to Steve Johnson. Inboard to Gregson. Gregson across the centre square for Kelly. Cockatoo makes space to the broadcast side. Kelly sees him now. Motlop's up ahead of the play. He's got targets inboard though. Gregson has kept himself busy. He'll be able to hand pass over the top to Bartel, and now to Mackie, who sidesteps Elliott and lofts it up to the teeth of goal. Blitzav sets himself. He's protected in by Walker, and he takes the mark. And Geelong getting to something like they would have expected from the opening of this match with so much at stake. Mark Blitzavs with 4 goals to his name this season. He's 35 metres out, the angle only slight. Blitzavs with the right foot drop punt has sent the goal umpire scurrying, and he's spent the boundary umpire scurrying because he's missed the lot. He's kicked it out of bounds on the foot.
I can't believe what I'm watching. Langdon has the free kick for the Magpies. Next to the behind post. He goes long towards Moore, who runs up. Can't quite mark it, but it gets to the back, and it's to Goey, who runs onto the loose footy. Kicks over the head of Adams to Lonigan of the Cats. Inboard handball to Kelly. Handballs to Bartel. Rushes a handball back to Lonigan, who gets tackled, swung around. Gone. Free kick to Greenwood. For the Magpies between wing and half forward right. 23 played in the second quarter. Collingwood by 44 points. Greenwood's kick. Crisp juggles the mark. Just outside the 50. Wheels onto his left. Kicks to full forward. Maynard coming back. Oh, he's got it, Maynard! And he runs in and kicks it 11th. He juggled the mark coming down from defence near the top of the goal square, and that one really hurts. If some of the others hadn't already. Collingwood 11-4-70. Geelong 3-2-20. 23 played in the second quarter. Parko and Sully, just as it looked like things were starting to turn, that one really hurt.
Well, it turned because Collingwood went back to kicking it long down the line. On that far side was a turnover, which then allowed the long kick into Blitzabs. Now, that slow, more controlled build-up. Now, there's a dicey kick by Greenwood into the middle of the ground there, and then another dicey kick forward by Collingwood to find Maynard on the end of it, sort of bouncing off his chest, running into an open goal.
And the score that Blitzar totally missed the goal face down here, a demoralising miss.
Yep. Collingwood by 50 points. Grundy out of the middle. No, he lost it. Cockatoo misses his target, but onto it comes Lonigan. He turns onto the right boot, delivers to half forward. Bartel edged underneath it. Menzel's onto the footy from 50. Yeah, he's had another ping. This one's missing to the right. He has 2 goals, 2 of Geelong's 3 goals, 3. The margin is 49.
Gee, times the ball well.
He does. He flushes it.
He really does. The Magpies out to half back down the southern side with Varco, who centres it up to Williams, who marks at the top of defensive 50 for Collingwood. He wants either Maynard or Langdon. He goes to Maynard, who sensed that Langdon was next in the line, but his handball was a little rushed and they've turned it over. Thurlow for the Cats tries to get the handball to Johnson, but Langdon did well buttering up, got the handball out. Now it comes to Pendlebury. Short pass to Blair on the wing. Oh, for Solo, he's alone inside 50. Kelly crashes into him. Front on contact. Free kick every day of the week. Alex Fasolo will have the free kick, I would think. He's just come up like he's got a bit of a corky. He's limping away, but he will take the free kick, knowing Alex Fasolo. He won't be giving it to someone else. He's only 30 metres from goal right of centre.
He's pretty confident, Alex. Pretty confident bloke. He can actually do it with one leg. He's the only bloke I know who can.
Alex Fasolo has kicked 1 goal 1. He's now got 1 goal 2. He leant right back on that one and almost shanked it. Collingwood 11-5-71, 50 points up on Collingwood 3-3-21 at the 26-minute mark of the second.
Couple of minutes to play in the half. Kolodjasny marks the kick in. Near and after the defensive 50 for Cockatoo. Works the hand pass to Johnson. Gets around Pendlebury. Looking for a target. His hand pass is out in front of Mackie. It bounces. He gets down to it. Mackie has to pump it backwards, though, under pressure. Kolajasny will bring it out to the left for Kelly. Kelly down the line for Lonergan. Lonergan hasn't got much to look at, and his kick is a wonky, awful ball touched on the way through. Sinclair works the turnover for Collingwood through Williams, who puts it to Scharenberg. Didn't kick it to anyone up at half forward. And Kolajasny's in the play again for the Cats.
Selwood's just come back on and Greenwood's gone straight to him.
Short ball for Thurlow. So I take it Swan is still on the bench. Yes. Kick across to Blitzabs. The Cats labour intensive at the defensive 50. Not the best of kicks, but it does wobble its way to Enright. Up to Mackie, confronted by Sinclair. Runs the gauntlet with a hand pass to Thurlow. He's lost it. Degoe for the Pies. Off to White. Decisively forward for Adams, who turns and waits and signals and kicks for Blair. Kolajasny makes the spoil. Thurlow takes the tackle. How will the umpires see it? A ball up. 40 metres out from the Magpie goal.
Well, they're going so bad. Kolajasny actually used his athleticism to get up and then punched it totally on his own. He's lost.
White grabs it out of the ruck, gets a quick kick forward, but Enright backing back for the Cats will mark only 20 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Plays on. He gives a handball across to Lang, who gets tackled, loses it in the tackle. Umpire says play on. Guthrie now for Geelong. Scrubs a kick towards the southern wing. And Geelong with Menzel. Had a little bit of a fumble, but then settled in and kicks towards half forward, but Gregson beaten pointlessly there by Williams of the Magpies. He kicks into midfield. Elliott couldn't take the mark. Lonergan came late with a spoil. It came back to Elliott once it hit the turf. Defensive handball to Reid, and Reid's kick finds side bottom at half back, and we get to half time. And this is a huge shot. Geelong needing to win to keep their finals hopes alive. Trail Collingwood by 50 points. Collingwood 11-5-71. Geelong 3-3-21. For the Magpies, 2 each to side bottom and Moore, and singles to Fasolo, Elliott, White, Adams, Varco, Swan and Maynard. And for Geelong, in his first game, AFL game in 1,449 days, Daniel Menzel has kicked 2 goals too, and Steve Johnson has kicked 1. And if you're wondering why I didn't mention Travis Cloke in the goal kickers, he was a late withdrawal with either a calf or a hamstring problem in the warm-up that hasn't stopped the Magpies.
It's just as they come up, there's a bit of feeling out here.
Both
sides are chirping to each other. Selwood's not happy about something. He went to Marley Williams and sort of just punched him in the pushed him in the chest as they came off then.
What did Marley do to it? He turned round and pointed at the scoreboard.
Doesn't get old, does it, that one?
No, that doesn't get old at all. Then he came back again and he turned and pointed at the scoreboard again. I think the contest between the two strongmen in Selwood and Greenwood has been unrelenting. I mean, Greenwood has been unrelenting, and it's been. I know, but it's been a bit off the play that I think Selwood, in my opinion, should have been looked after a bit better. No, he's screwing up.
Not sure.
You're not sure.
The beauty of playing on Selwood, and Greenwood knows this. He's going to go with him all day. Is he can get under Selwood's skin.
He has.
He reacts. He sometimes he chirps to the umpires a bit. You know you can get him, and when he hasn't got the support out there like he has. Whereas Greenwood, on the other hand, Marley Williams is going to Selwood. Pendlebury's hitting Selwood. Every time Selwood gets clear, there's a Collingwood player hitting him.
So it's a team effort because in a sense Geelong almost rides on the leadership of Selwood.
And that's a credit to Selwood, isn't it? He's almost too important to that side.
That's true. I can't remember at half time now in this game where we made all the glib predictions before that the incentive of Geelong to make finals would overcome any, what would you call it, the reaction that you would have expected from Collingwood on the end of the public criticism. But Collingwood have delivered against that criticism. There's no doubt about it. That's a total change of mindset. And Geelong haven't been able to cope. The only one, in all of the information we've got sitting in front of us here, I think the only statistic is that they've actually handballed the ball, and most of that has been under terrific harassment from Collingwood. They've handballed the ball more. Every other stat, I think, is in Collingwood's favour, and rarely do you see that.
What I don't understand, Sully, is with Geelong all to play for, at half-time have only laid 18 tackles and a minus 13 in contested ball. I don't understand.
Whether they read too much into Collingwood's performance last week and just assumed that they'd carry that same form into tonight's game. You're right, Whitey, it's hard to get your head around, isn't it?
And Cockatoo's laid 3 and Buse has laid 3. So that's 6 of the 18 between two players.
And that's about the only two things that those two players have done. Cockatoo's laid 3 tackles and Buse has laid 3, and they haven't really touched the ball too much in between. So that's interesting. They're probably trying to save themselves. It's been a disappointment. I know that the crowd has increased a little, and that's sad that we underestimated Collingwood.
Yeah, we did.
And so did their own people. And to have, I don't know what this will be, fascinated by what the attendance is by the end of the night, but to see their team come out under the cloud of criticism which has enveloped the coach and the club and the playing group, and to see them, and they haven't taken the foot off the accelerator for 1 minute. Geelong have not got hold of the game even for a 5 or 6 minute period where they've been able to control it. Collingwood have been incessant in their pressure in the contest, their chase and tackle, which has not existed with Geelong, and they've had a fair, I reckon, efficiency in using the ball with their hand. I know you said a lot of mistakes early, and it was an ordinary game early. That's true. But they've even got better they're running at 77% efficiency in disposal, which for any time, any team in any conditions is pretty good.
What is demoralising is the way they've walked out of some of the stoppages, Collingwood, without having laid a tackle. Collingwood have been able to flip it out the front of stoppages, which leaves the Geelong defenders with their pants pulled down. They don't get near it.
Yeah, well, you can't. We turn around and you blame, Hawkins and Walker and company who are playing in the front half as tools, but quite frankly, they haven't had any quantity or quality of delivery coming in, and you can't expect them to have impacted on the game. I've been a bit disappointed. Motlop did a couple of terrific things, but he's sparse. He's another bloke who puts the cream on the cake and doesn't help you build it. Menzel in his comeback game has been terrific, really, for what
exceeded expectations.
Well, and how little he's played at this level. And playing VFL, as you know, Sully, these days is like Division 3 as against the big boys. So to think that it's Mackie and Kelly and Bartell and a little bit of Johnson, still 4 of the most senior players are the only ones who've been able to deliver against the opposition which has come out. I think it's been disappointing. Guthrie's been okay. Kolodziejski's been all right. Lang, no. Marty, no. Cockatoo, no. Gregson, no. Buse, no. I think Murdoch will be on pretty quickly.
18-7 free kicks in Collingwood's favour. That's an odd one. Yeah,
at least 6 of them have been holding the ball.
Yeah.
Been interesting. Collingwood have tackled really effectively. I reckon at least 6 of them have been holding the ball that Collingwood have got. And quite rightly too. Collingwood by 50 points at half-time. 11-5-71 to Geelong 3-3-21. More from David Parkin and Brad Sewell after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Adam Story with ABC News. A major border force operation planned for Melbourne this weekend has been called off after a community backlash. Officers were going to be positioned around the CBD and originally said they would be speaking to anyone they crossed paths with and checking visas. The agency later issued a clarifying statement saying they would only question people who were referred to them by Victorian police. But the federal member for Melbourne Greens MP Adam Bant says it was a stunt from the beginning.
It posed a real threat to Melbourne's reputation as a welcoming city. I mean, in multicultural Melbourne, how would the border force have distinguished between a local, someone who's here as a visitor, someone who's here on a visa, unless they were going to stop everyone who looked like they were a foreigner?
Trade Minister Andrew Robb has warned China may walk away from the free trade agreement if it's blocked by the Senate. Mr Robb made the comments after a business lunch in China, as Wei Fern-Tay reports from Beijing.
Australia's Trade Minister Andrew Robb and some Australian business people said their Chinese counterparts were confused by the debate. The Labour Party and some unions are concerned about insufficient safeguards for jobs. Mr Robb expressed confidence the FTA will pass the Senate despite the opposition. He said failure to do so would be disastrous.
I think China would walk away. There won't be any more negotiation, and 10 years of work will be for naught.
Some Australian industry groups, like the National Farmers Federation, are preparing a campaign next week to counter union claims. Hui Fentei, ABC News, Beijing.
The chairman of retailer Harvey Norman says it looks like the worst of the retail industry's recent woes are in the past. Gerry Harvey has unveiled an after-tax profit for his company of $268.1 million, which is up more than 26% compared to the previous year. Gerry Harvey says the fallout from the global financial crisis lasted for a long time, but he's now confident about retail spending and consumer sentiment.
Our sales in July and August are okay. They're quite good. There's no reason to believe that it won't continue. There's nothing out there that is telling us that things are going to change at the moment. So you would hope that everything will be fine going through Christmas.
The Child Sex Abuse Royal Commission has heard children remain at risk of sexual abuse within Victoria's juvenile justice system. The Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, Pradeep Phillip, has told the inquiry there have been more than 120 cases involving risk to children within the juvenile justice system since 2005. Some of the cases involved sexual exploitation, sexual assault and rape. And Mr Phillip told the inquiry 13 cases were reported to the police.
The system is working. We've even had one this week. Of a report made to one of our youth justice workers about sexual abuse prior to entering, and 3 things happened straight away: safety of the child, health needs for the child, reporting to the police.
Aircraft manufacturer Boeing has won a $1.5 billion contract to build maritime aircraft for the US Navy and the Royal Australian Air Force. The US Defence Department says 9 P-8A surveillance aircraft planes are being built for the US Navy, with 4 for the Royal Australian Air Force. An Egyptian court has sentenced 12 members of the Islamic State group to death after they were convicted of planning attacks against police and soldiers. The BBC's Danny Abrahard reports.
Prosecutors had accused the men of forming a terrorist cell, which used a base in Sharqiya province to the northeast of Cairo to recruit militants. These people would be sent for training with Islamic State jihadists in Syria and Iraq before returning to Egypt to carry out attacks. Only 6 of those convicted were actually in court, the others being tried in absentia. The death sentences will now be forwarded for consideration by Egypt's Grand Mufti.
The UN Refugee Agency says around 200 migrants are believed to have drowned on 2 boats which capsized near the Libyan coast. A spokesman for the UNHCR, William Spindler, says around 500 migrants were trying to reach Europe. He says the capacity of the Libyan Coast Guard is limited.
They don't have the resources or the number of vessels necessary to patrol their boats. So it's usually the Italian Navy that coordinates rescue operations, and they go as close as 30 miles off the Libyan coast. So presumably the tragedy happened much closer to Libyan shores.
Meanwhile, there are reports a Romanian national has been arrested in connection with the deaths of more than 70 refugees found in an abandoned truck in Austria. Tomorrow's capital city weather: Brisbane rain at times 24, Sydney mostly sunny 19, Canberra partly cloudy and 13, a shower or 2 for Melbourne with a top of 12, rain in Hobart with a top of 11, partly cloudy in Adelaide and 15, Perth looking at a possible storm with 20, and Darwin sunny and a top of 33. This is ABC News.
Previously on Conversations.
Right, OK, I'm not going to let you laugh now. I'm going to pick that laugh up and get it later. It's like sort of playing jazz.
What do you do, Mike, after you've helped put a man on the moon?
My grandparents would have to go and sleep in the stable with the animals while the landlord and his wife took up the matrimonial bed.
Did your parents know you were out tracking leopards as a 12-year-old kid?
No.
Listen back to any Conversations interview on the ABC Radio app or go to abc.net.au/conversations.
Grandstand, AFL.
Bartel, handball, on the bounce to Menzel. He's 40 out, he's got 1. Why not 2?
Oh,
This is stuff dreams are made out of.
very tough.
He runs to 60, handball to Greenwood, can't beat the Bartel tackle. Did get a handball out though to Varco. Varco handballs onto Elliott, and Elliott snaps a goal.
Sinclair has a look at the options inside 50, kicks in the more direction. And the young forward reaches up to take the mark. From 30 metres out, that's dead on target. And this is already at the brink of being irretrievable. Collingwood by 41.6 minutes into the second term.
Oh, this is
bizarre.
Well, it's becoming embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's got to that point where they are trying now, Geelong. They realise the situation and cannot impact at all.
He kicks to the top of the square, going back with courage was Cockatoo, couldn't mark, falls to steal, side bottom who kicks his second.
Up now to Mackie from 49. He can sometimes, not this time. Walker will mark in the pocket though. Hand pass to Stevie J, who snaps the goal. They've been few and far between. Cuts the deficit to 44 points.
Kicks to full forward, Maynard coming back. Oh, he's got it, Maynard! And he runs in and kicks at 11. He juggled the mark coming down from defence near the top of the goal square, and that one really hurts.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 50 points at half-time. It's an uncanny resemblance as the inverse of what happened earlier in the season when Geelong led Collingwood by 52 points at half-time. On that occasion, it was 11-4 to 2-6. Tonight, it's Collingwood with 11 goals. 11 goals, 5-71 to Geelong, 3-3-21. In the NRL, in the second half, 50 minutes played. The Roosters 22 leading Manly 6. Adam White, give us all the numbers.
Well, let's hope that... Remember that night Collingwood came back and sort of made a game of it? They missed
a tease, though, wasn't it? Really?
Well, I'll take a tease in the second half, to be honest. We want some sort of game, hopefully, in the second half. Collingwood by 50 points, as Jared said, 11-5 to 3-3. Overall numbers, there's some damning numbers here against Geelong. Collingwood, 230 disposals to Geelong, 185. Contested possessions 75 to 61, so plus 14 Collingwood's way. At quarter time it was plus 12, so the Cats weren't able to do anything about that in the second quarter. Marks 79 to 46, clearances 15 to 10, inside 50s 28 to 16. 16 inside 50s for Geelong in a half of footy. You don't usually see that. 18-7 free kicks Collingwood's way, and tackles 37 to 21. Collingwood 37, Geelong 21. Individually for Collingwood, some cricket scores here. Crisp 18 disposals and 8 inside 50s and 5 tackles. Sidebottom and Adams 16 disposals each. Sidebottom with 2 goals. Pendlebury 15 disposals. He had 11 in the first quarter, so only 4 in the second. Williams 15. Dane Swan 14 disposals, but spent most of the second half of that second quarter on the bench after it looks like maybe picking up a medial ligament injury in his knee. Greenwood 13 disposals, Langdon 13, DeGoey 12, and then Blair and Elliott 11 each. 2 goals also to Darcy Moore, worth mentioning. For Geelong, 18 disposals to Mackie and 3 inside 50s. Kelly 15 disposals. Blitzavs and Bartel 14, but Bartel's only had 2 kicks, 12 handballs. Menzel in his first game forever, so we've talked about all through the night. 13 disposals and 2 goals, 2 and 3 inside 50s. Johnson 12 disposals, he had 10 in the second quarter. And then Selwood has 11 involved in that great battle with Levi Greenwood. And must be said, Greenwood did extremely well last week against Trent Cotchin, probably Collingwood's only winner for the day, along with maybe Scott Pendlebury. He's got the job on Selwood. Selwood's had 11 disposals, but his efficiency rate is only 55%, so a lot of his disposals have been rushed. Collingwood led after a big first quarter. They led by 36 points. It was 7-1 to 1-1. It's now 50 at the half as both Geelong and Collingwood players back on the field.
I'm not quite sure. Parker, it's sort of been cast, hasn't it?
It's been unexpected, and I can't see the way out of the mire for Geelong. Individually, they've had so many players who are below par. The leadership has been well held in that the captain has copped a fantastic direct opponent and not been able to impact on the game. They did cut Pendlebury back. Pendlebury, I think, might have had 11 or 12 possessions by quarter time. He only had 3 or 4 in that quarter, and I should be smart enough to know who did that particular task. I can't tell you that. But it's been good to see a team rebound like that. And the competition, I can't remember a year, this is probably 2015, as an irregular in being able to anticipate performances by teams. I think it'd be fair to say, that if either of these two teams were, and one's not, Collingwood so far out they can't, and Geelong are going to lose this, which will say goodbye. But if either were to make the finals in 2015, both certainly would have gone out in the first week.
This time of year generally throws up a couple of these odd games, Parko. Again, these sides sometimes find it difficult to get themselves up the games. I mean, you'd imagine Geelong have got plenty to play for. Their finals is in their own hands, and as we discussed pre-game, Collingwood have got a purpose, and that is responding after the embarrassment from last week. And that sits with players after a performance like last week. The next match cannot come around quick enough, because it genuinely is a feeling of embarrassment in the way they were picked apart. And really disappointingly for Geelong is the way they've come out when there could potentially be a finals berth on the end of it.
Maybe, Brad, they understand what we understand, that even if they were to get there, they might not so much embarrass themselves but not be able to do the job. Yeah. I thought Geelong would be better than that. But it just proves again how much for an individual player and how much for a group this game is played between the ears. And the normal watcher, and we sit up here making comment about a game, and sometimes we forget that the emotionality of it, or the mental approach or focus is so critical for any athlete in any sport. And Australian football, I believe, is the most difficult invasion game in the world to play, no doubt about it. And so if you're not spot on physically, mentally, and opposite, the physical side actually knocks your mental side about too.
Well, Geelong have made it look bloody hard so far. 50 points is the margin heading into the second half. Collingwood with a commanding lead. You're with Adam White.
And it does look like Dane Swan is out of the match. We'll get that confirmed with Lindsay Gilbey shortly. As we start the second half with the Magpies by 50 points. Bletchavs wins the tap down for Geelong. Knocked it about 20 metres Geelong's way. Lang went off the ground to the 50. That's where it breaks down though, as all players dive on top of the footy. The umpire lets it go, and it does come out Geelong's way to Bletchavs, who poked the kick inside the 50. Menzel has a go, handles it on to Bletchavs again. He's involved in the play for about the fourth time. He's able to at least force a stoppage. 45 out from Geelong's goal. Lindsay.
As you mentioned, Whitey, Dane Swan hasn't appeared from the rooms, and Jonathan Marsh has been subbed into the game.
Bletchavs with a tap. Paddled by Langdon. Adams gets hold of it for the Pies. Gives it off to Langdon. Hand passes to Chris. Risky stuff. Mackie with a chance to cut it off at the 50. Tried to paddle it. It got caught between his legs. He hand passes indiscriminately. Pendlebury's dragged down by Selwood. Mackie toiled on. Gives it to Johnson. High ball to the top of the square. Hawkins wrestling. Can't take the mark. Might get the free kick, as Brown was hanging on to the jumper. And Tom Hawkins will get himself a shot at goal.
Well, if this goal is scored, a bloke called Blitzer, he was in the first bounce at the centre, and he's been a part of every play, every inch of the way down to finally get the ball into Hawkins' hands. And I thought he's one who's made up his mind he's going to do something about it.
Hawkins close in, he's on the angle. Collingwood players have lined the fairway. 3 to his left and 1 to his right. He's lined up with the goalpost on a 45-degree angle. Hawkins kicks the goal, and the Cats get a start to the second half. Something on which to build. They're 44 points the wrong side of it. 4-3 to 11-5.
After your comment, Gerald, you're not very confident about the revival, are you?
Well, I was just going to ask, does anyone give Geelong any chance?
Well, I've given up tipping. I never get near it anymore.
The greatest Geelong supporter I've ever met's given up in the front row, I can tell you that.
They're not going to win from 50 points down, David. I think you have to set expectations. They'll have a dip in the second half. There are blokes playing for their careers here.
Well, I think you're probably right.
Some
have just closed their career in the first half.
Could that be the problem? Players are playing for their career rather than playing for a final spot?
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Back in the middle we go. Perfect bounce. And the ruckman really won it down decisively. Diving on the footy was Selwood. Bobbles out towards Adams. He was dispossessed. Enright comes up with the footy. Handballs to Cockatoo. He slipped over just when he looked like he was going to break clear. He got the handball out to Lang, though, who gave the handball to Thurlow. Shapes the kick nicely forward of centre to Selwood, who rushes a tumbling ball into the 50. Through the legs of everyone. And Menzel's got a hat-trick. He was in the goal square on his own, and the ball just meandered through a few sets of legs and straight into his hands. He can do no wrong.
Oh,
that's a fickle game.
But describing that, it was a Selwood kick in the middle of the ground, the one that you use across the face of goal to do a leg break on the third bounce. It did 3 of those on the way in. Third bounce left, third bounce right, got through about 19 players between where he kicked it, and he ran straight onto it and kicked a goal. That, I have not seen anything like that in footy for years.
Well, the gods owe Daniel Menzel.
That's right.
Yes.
He might get bounces like that the rest of his career, Dave.
Oh, that was just fantastic.
3 goals to his performance has been as astonishing as the other side of the coin of his teammates. 5-3-33 to 11-5-71. 38 points the margin. The bounce left the square, the circles. Tossed up this time. Grundy tapped it almost straight to Blitzers, who knocked it Geelong's way. To go with a hand pass was false. Off to Lang. Now to Motlop. The Cats come forward again. Gregson's got it ahead of the defence. Up to Menzel. He snaps on the left. It wobbles this one. He was just offloaded as he went to kick. And 1 out of bounds on the full. 3 goals, 2 behinds, 1 out on the full. And he made a rushed behind. He has made an impact on the scoreboard. A sick-looking scoreboard, though it is.
Every time he falls over, you get nervous. He gets up. Which shouldn't be the case because he's had such a strong foundation of games back at VFL level. The kick back into play wasn't great. It's at least caused a contest, and the umpire will come in and call for a throw-up just outside Geelong's 50 at left half forward.
And Adam, 5 Geelong players tackled on 1 player. I reckon there's a word been said there.
Guthrie gets a handball in tight confines to Motlop. His handball was knocked away by Elliott, but Geelong have still got the footy with Enright. He loses it in the tackle. Ball loose, close to the boundary. Going in hard was for Solo for the Magpies. It'll be thrown up.
I've just got to stay careful here, Collingwood. Just hold on and
18 disposals to 9 in Geelong's favour thus far this quarter.
Collingwood by 38. Taylor Adams through the stoppage off to Degoe. Dragged down and his kick didn't go far. Enright took it. It's pinned to him in the tackle. The umpire scurries him the ball and up.
Collingwood just need a composed possession to try and take a bit of feeling out of the game here. Just to chip it around a little bit and take momentum out of Geelong's hands.
Under the southern stand, lovely tap from Grundy to Degoe, who was out on the right, and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. So they give the ball back to the Cats.
Corey Enright waiting for it to come back in from the crowd.
I just spoke to one of the MCC officials at half-time, and he said they can't believe it. All these Collingwood people have come from home at quarter time to see their team. So their attendance has suddenly risen.
Selwood is actually the man to get the free kick. Enright wanted it, but Selwood was the one to kick it forward of the southern wing for Geelong to a contest, and Hawkins gives away a free kick for 2 high. So Marley Williams with the ball for the Magpies' defensive southern wing. 6 played third quarter. Collingwood's lead is 38 points. Williams, a long penetrating ball towards half forward over the head of White, but he's going to get there. He's goal side. He kicks a tumbling ball towards full forward. Marsh, the only option for the Magpies. It's tapped away from him and through for a rushed behind. Collingwood 11-6.
Kolajasny's kick in was almost straight to Taylor Adams. It just got away from him at the last. Guthrie laid a tackle to keep it in dispute, and Motlop sees it out of bounds.
Scared the hell out of me, Jared. Was marking the score down and I don't know what was going on.
Collingwood by 39. 50 out for the Maggies goal. There to the punt road end in this third term. Grundy to going off to Pendlebury, gliding through. Ran out of space in the end, kicked it out into the pocket. Might be happy to see it go over. Kolodjasny keeps it in for the Cats. He takes off out of the back pocket and kicks across the face of goal. Adventurous and creative stuff. Lonergan kicks down the southern wing. Mackie against Sidebottom. Sidebottom the spoil. Mackie's after the footy and he gathers. He's got support from Lonergan, who followed up on the kick. He dabs it looking for Buse. Too strong. Maynard's onto it for the Pies. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kicks up to Blair. He's 50 and change out from goal. The goey for Solo, the short targets. Marsh was the deeper. And Blair's watched them all dry up. Now he'll set it 20 out from goal, right to the hot spot. Plenty up. It reaches the back where it's gathered by Moore, who's in the tackle of Taylor. And there it stops to be balled up 15 out from goal. Rushing through there was Murdoch, so Geelong made their sub.
Yes, Jared, they have made their sub. So Murdoch's on the field. Walker has been subbed for the Cats.
And Collingwood, the shot at goal from Varco. He's marked his own kick. Not 15, the umpire says. I'm not sure what happens in that situation, but anyway, they've lost the footy, and Menzel has it for the Cats. He gives the handball to Gregson, who handballs on to Johnson. Clever tap on. Back to Gregson, buffets off a tackle, then gives it to Menzel, who's tackled by Varco to the ground, holding the ball. Free kick to Collingwood. Varco marked his own kick. The umpire said it wasn't 15, it went about 20. You can't mark your own kick, can you?
No, he didn't. He was waving play on because you can't mark your own kick.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah.
It definitely went 15.
Johnson and Brown are very much engaged here. Johnson as if sparring's ducking under the Brown forearm coming at him. Varco kicks it to the side of the centre square for Pendlebury. Pendlebury dabs it into the centre where Greenwood marks and plays up near enough to half forward for Blair on the long lead. So Collingwood with some steadying ball after the Cats kicked the first two of this third term. Blair out to the right for Sidebottom. Wedges his kick up for Fasolo. This is now against the boundary under the Southern stand at right half forward. Not much to look at. Fasolo cribs the mark a little, kicks inside the 50. White came out. Lonergan made the spoil. The umpire said he chopped the arms.
Clever piece of play there. Instead of just bombing long, created a bit of space and a flatter kick in Jesse White's direction.
So Jesse White will be 52 or 3 metres out from goal, so the distance is not beyond him. I'm starting to think exactly that. No, he won't have the shot. Elliott on the lead. About 15 metres closer to goal. So not much change in the angle, only the distance. Elliott will have to kick it every metre of the 50. He'll deliver from the digits, painted on the ground to the right. Jamie Elliott kicked the goal in the second term. He lets fly. It's a good-looking drop punt. It's a goal. Methodical stuff from the Magpies to set up that answering goal. A couple for Elliott. They lead again by 45 points. 12-6 to 5-3. 11 minutes gone of the third.
Important steadier.
Oh, well, Brad,
wasn't it? Okay.
You called it, and at that point they delivered against that direction. Slow it down, keep possession, deny Geelong the ball for us until the steam goes out of the kettle, and I think they may have achieved all of that in that one episode of play.
So 2 goals to 1 Geelong's way, but the Magpies with that last goal get back to a 45-point lead. Grundy wins the tap down in the middle. Crisp overruns it. Blitzavs came through, gave a handball away. Crashing in was Adams against Lonergan. It should be a free kick for high contact. I think it will be. Yep. Lonergan a little slow to his feet inside the centre square. He'll take the free kick for the Cats. He'll come out the members' side. The ball could be marked there by Lang. Has some supporting Kelly. Farms out a handball to Guthrie. Quick handball. Comes through to Murdoch. Now to Buse. The kick from Buse towards full forward. In front. Strong mark. Barty. Very good mark in front. Just came out like a footballer who knew what he was doing.
Well, he did, and I didn't know that Vardy did know what he was doing. I mean, he's not. Well, he's just been a scrubber, in my opinion, and I don't think of impact on the game at all up until this stage. And all of a sudden, he does, what's an incredibly skillful act.
That was David Parkin there, and Grandstand AFL. Vardy straight in front, 35 out.
Oh, sorry, I was right the first time.
And misses everything.
Sorry.
Yes, you were, David.
Sorry, I apologise.
Pendlebury into the field of play for Langdon. The margin stays 45 points. Langdon's anchored in the back pocket, off a step. Kicks a high ball to half-back. Marsh makes the contest and brings it to ground. Bartel took possession. Moore got hold of him and he dragged him all the way out of bounds.
I mean, they are killers, aren't they? That was a straightforward, worked hard to get into it. A couple in a row might here put the wobbles into the opposition, and he misses by a country mile.
So field umpire and two boundary umpires just sorting themselves out. They've decided they will throw it in. Hoyt back into play. Moore against Blitzavs. It actually got away from the pair of them. Blitzavs took it on the bounce. Gives the hand pass out the back to Bartel. Kicks around the body to centre half forward. Gregson one way, Maynard the other. Fearlessly taken by the defender. Maynard gives it off to Brown. Hand pass to Williams. Kicks around the broadcast wing. Side bottom let it bounce. It didn't bounce kindly and Mackie pulled it away. Through Taylor. Up to Hawkins. It went straight through his legs. He has a devil of a time getting hold of it. He's in a two-man tackle by the time he did. The umpire will ball it up on the members' wing.
It's almost in slow motion. It went through his leg before he realised what had happened.
I reckon he was king of the tunnel ball team at school, no doubt.
14 played in the third term. Collingwood by 45. They get the clearance. Williams just weaves through the traffic. Short pass to Pendlebury. Handball to Crisp in a lot of space. And that kick was really ordinary considering he was in so much space. He's kicked it straight to Kolajasny, who goes short to Mackie at right half back for the Cats. Mackie, as he's always done through his career, straight into the corridor to Murdoch, inside the centre square, plays on, gives a handball to Kelly. Kelly goes wide to Thurlow. He's got some space. He kicks up over Vardy's head to full forward, straight onto the chest on the bounce to Scharenberg. Now with Maynard, his kick is not good, and Kelly marks for the Cats, and they'll go forward again, Geelong.
Gives the hand pass to Lonergan, kicks inside the 50. Guthrie up into the pack to take the mark. Sporting the long sleeves after half-time. Timed his leap to perfection.
Young Thurlow's got to learn to kick the ball. He's running at 45%, giving it up every second time he's had a kick of it. Not good enough.
Guthrie straight in front, 35 metres from goal. Drop punt at the right-hand post, hits the right-hand post. Collingwood by 44 points, 16 minutes into the third term.
Couple of chances the Cats have blown. Williams for Collingwood's kicked it out of bounds on the full after kicking it to himself. So he was at least able to get it outside defensive 50, but Enright has the free kick for Geelong. Inboard kick, Blitzavs will take the mark on his chest with Elliott right on his hammer. Still 65 from goal. He's going to go all the way back to the centre square to Taylor, who handballs on to Lonergan, front part of the square. He kicks to the goal square for Geelong. Grundy. Good mark for Collingwood. And he can relieve the Magpies a little bit of pressure, although he's going to put Maynard under pressure. He's kicked it straight into the back pocket. He's hemmed in next to the behind post.
So he'll have to kick for distance. Maynard to clear the defensive arc. Moore in the front of the pack. It comes down underneath to Pendlebury and he works it to Moore. Hand pass to Crisp with the Geelong players closing at him. He feeds it out over the top to Pendlebury. He can get his kick around the southern wing and it should open up for the Pies. Fasolo, they drop the mark. Mackey's in pursuit. He hand passes up in front of Sinclair, but the boundary will win out.
It's been basic skill error after skill error. Out of bounds on the full, kicking out. A drop mark there. Simple handballs missing targets.
Right half forward for Collingwood, leading by 44 points. Grundy flips it out the back to De Goey. Inside the 50, scrambling ball. Lonergan couldn't quite trap it. Neither could Taylor. Marsh threatens to get through for Collingwood. Hand passes into the pocket. After it is Elliott. He gathers. He turns back inside. He kicks for Varco or Pendlebury. Pendlebury flew, didn't mark. And Enright mops up for the Cats. He's getting a little bit lost. He gets his hand pass away, though.
It was to Lonergan, who handballed to Guthrie, who kicks it out towards half-back, and Bartel marks. So out on the southern side, Bartel goes short down the line to Motlop, who plays on. Motlop's kick. Up goes Hawkins. He was caught behind, couldn't take the mark. The mark's been paid in front.
Should have punched
Hawkins.
to
Hawkins, so to Reid instead. Had some good battles in the past, and now 50. And I reckon that's for Hawkins arguing with the umpire. And Reid will go from pretty much defensive 50 to well and truly forward of centre. It's all starting to unravel now for the Cats, if it didn't in the first half. Reid, he's still inside the centre square, but he'll kick a flat ball towards Pendlebury at full forward, through his hands. He couldn't mark. It comes back to Pendlebury, though. Oh, he's given the handball away to Grundy, and from the square, Grundy has kicked the goal. Any third quarter resistance looks over now from a Geelong point of view. Collingwood with the last 2 goals to get back to that half-time lead of 50 points. The Magpies 13-6, 84. Geelong 5-4, 34. Pendlebury dropped the mark. I don't know how it got back to him, but it did. And the rest is history.
His recovery is so quick, Pendlebury. He actually got the fist on the ball, which sort of bounced back over his head and anticipated the Lonergan handball, which he intercepted and then flicked off to Grundy to kick an easy goal.
Brad Sewell and David Parkin on grandstand AFL. This Friday night, which will formalise the 8th for 2015. Collingwood by 50 points. Tap one by Blitzabs. Down to Johnson. Tried to get it to Bartel. Didn't quite come off. Crisp gets in the way for Collingwood. Kicks it up inside the 50. It bounces past Moore and it's gathered by Fasolo. He hand passes 2 more. Slips the tackle. Kicks for a hot spot. Dropped by Blair. He's got time to grab it. Throw it onto the boot. But there was no penetration in the kick. It flopped to the goal square where Harry Taylor took the mark for the Cats. Into the back pocket for Kelly. Up now to Murdoch. Through the defensive 50 he goes with a long kick down the wing. Vardy up into the pack. He went too early. Gave away the free kick. Collingwood working it around. Langdon to Pendlebury to Greenwood. He took the tackle of Selwood. Lost the footy. It's in dispute. Gregson goes in and wins it. He's buried in a 3-man tackle. And it'll be balled up in the centre circles.
We're going to get sick of talking about more, Parko, but the way he just stood up in that tackle there, he's developing that strength already.
And deliver the ball.
Yeah.
Oh.
Umpire throws it up. Grundy in the ruck against Guthrie, if you could believe that. And as you could imagine, Grundy won the tap, but the ball doesn't break clear of the congestion. It'll be thrown up, and surely Guthrie won't be going in the ruck again.
Well, Blitzap's
his hand up.
He is going in the ruck again, and Grundy wins it, as you would expect. It comes out the Magpies' way to Sinclair. Toe pokes it to Blair. Handball to Scharenberg on the southern wing. Scharenberg's kick towards half forward. Gets away from him and Enright. And the ball bounces out of play for a throw-in. 60 around from Collingwood's goal, right half forward. We've played 21 minutes in the third term. It is Collingwood 13-6, Geelong 5-4.
Blitzard at centre half back and Vardy at full forward. No rucking.
Blitzabs is doing the ruck work against Grundy here. Guthrie, more accustomed to the roving. He pulls it clear and gives it to Cockatoo, who hand passes to Motlop. Cute onto the boot for Enright, back edge of the centre square. And waits for some formation up ahead of him. He had Bartel short, but he kicks more definitively for Johnson. Out came Langdon to make the spoil. Motlop is onto it though, and he'll kick it to Johnson, who doubled back to the 50, takes the mark, wants to get it on quickly because Lang was on his own near the teeth of goal. It was Murdoch, gives it back to Johnson. That hasn't worked. Langdon pushed Johnson in the back though. So Steve Johnson will rise with the free kick.
Smart play by Johnson. Dropped his knees knowing the pressure was coming from behind.
He created the free kick for sure, which was marginal at the last.
Everybody in the ground, including us, saw that.
Yeah.
The umpire didn't.
Steve Johnson, 45-degree angle to the right. It'll only be a step or two inside the 50. Johnson lines up, lets fly. It's away across the face of goal. They'll contest on the behind line. It goes off hands through for a rushed score. Collingwood by 49 points.
I don't want to let him off the hook, but it was Scott Jeffrey, the umpire.
You had to look that up, mate.
I had to look it up.
Pendlebury to Reid in the back pocket, told that it was not 15, so he handballs quickly on to Marley Williams, who kicks on the bounce to Crisp, close to the boundary. Good handball to Varco, handball to Adams, who's coughed it up. Handball straight to Bartel. Bartel went to Johnson, had a fumble, it went out of play for a throw-in. It's all happening very close to the boundary in front of the MCC members. So the ball to be thrown in between wing and half-forward right for the Cats, kicking to the city end. Grundy in front. Blitzavs reaches over the top, wins it to Guthrie, went without it. To go, he comes in, has a fumble, but Adams picks up for Collingwood, kicks into the centre square. Moore just slipped at the critical moment and lost out when it looked like he was going to emerge with the footy, and the ball gets locked up underneath about 2 or 3 players who are just lying on top of the footy, so it'll be thrown up inside the centre square.
23 minutes played of this third term. Collingwood by 49 points. Grundy with the tap only as far as Motlop. Took the tackle of side bottom, kicked it straight into Bartel. Adams got the ricochet, but his hand pass went to Mackie, who's down by Greenwood, and it's centre half forward for Collingwood. Going to have a holding the ball decision paid against Mackie. So Greenwood rises with the free kick.
Why would you get the ball in the first place?
It's too far out to score. Hand passes to Pendlebury, who'll kick it up to full forward. Moore's got plenty to fly against, and Kolajasny took the mark at full back.
He's got good hands. He's done that a number of times.
He's offering more of a contest than what is.
Pendlebury's had 10 disposals this quarter. His opposing captain Selwood only 2. Oh, Cockatoo, good mark. Backing back into the contest. He marks, he gives the handball to Bartel, who pokes it to midfield, and Steve Johnson marks near the logo on the members' side. So at halfway, Johnson floats a kick to half forward, and sitting underneath it and having to wait for it was Gregson, but he marked it because there were no Collingwood players around him. So he's just outside the 50. He's going to kick up towards full forward. Vardy stretches, he can't mark. Should be a Geelong goal. Blitzavs handballs to Lungy in the square, and the Cats get one. 25 played in the third quarter. The margin back to 43 points Collingwood's way. Collingwood 13-6-84, Geelong up to 6-5-41 at the 25-minute mark.
Blitzavs had 5 touches this quarter, Parker, and he's probably been the catalyst for just the increased intensity around the ball. He's run on the fat side of the ground there, just spread out the Collingwood defenders, allowed more of a one-on-one contest deep.
Yeah, look, his impact in the first massive pushback, he was the most influential Geelong player, and he just kept at it. What a brilliant athlete who's really learnt to play this game.
Collingwood by 43 points. Deep into this third term. Blitzavs wins the tap in the middle, down to Selwood, who's pushed in the back by Greenwood. Cats skip up with the hand pass to Murdoch, who goes burning through. He kicks to full forward. His target is Menzel, who flies, can't mark. It's off hands and out of play. Harry Taylor has switched forward for the time being. Hawkins, Taylor and Menzel was the setup as that ball was coming in. It's in the right forward pocket. Blitzavs and Grundy go to work. Grundy with the tap, kicked out of the pack by Maynard. It floats very close to the boundary, pitches and stays in the field of play. Murdoch with a hand pass to Johnson. He's 70 out from goal by the time he got it. Gives some ground to Lonergan, who played on when he shouldn't have. Marsh got him, downs him, and Collingwood wins another, holding the ball.
So the sub for the Magpies.
Selwood and Greenwood are still tussling down here in front of us. It's good to watch.
It's a bit of entertainment in the game, isn't it?
It's one of the only contests of the night. Marsh kicks up towards the wing, through hands. Blitzavs for the Cats. Handballs at Geelong's way, but again off hands. It's gone out of bounds for a throw in centre wing members' side. So nearly 27 minutes have been played now in the third term, with Collingwood's lead 43 points. The ball gets thrown in. Grundy wins it down. Adams scoops up a handball that missed Pendlebury. So Geelong have the football. Motlop kicks to the 50 in front. Good mark to Vardy. Now what will he do here? That last kick was so bad at goal. Is his confidence so low he needs to pass off? No. He's going to put the ball on the ground, gain his composure, take a few deep breaths. He's going to have a shot. So at the moment he's at the front right corner of the square to the city end. He comes in now and will kick from just outside the 50. It's a better looking kick, but it's going to fall a little bit short. It stays in the field of play. There's a fight for the footy right on the line, and in the end it's Maynard that just runs it over for a rush behind. Collingwood's lead back to 42 points. 28 played third quarter.
Pendlebury's on the kick in. Lands it in short for Langdon. Inside the final minute of this term. Out wide for Scharenberg. The left back pocket. It's a target down the line. He's kicked it for Grundy. It does get there. It falls the way of Crisp once he worked it on. Kicks up to the wing. Hughes is able to take the mark for the Cats though. Kicks it back to Kelly. Hughes will stay in the play at right half back. 3-2 Geelong's way in this term. 42 points the wrong side of it though. Hughes along the wing, looking for Hawkins, who got his hand to it, pushed it away, and sees it roll out of play. They set up for one more stoppage in the term. Grundy takes front position with Vardy reaching around. Down to De Goey. De Goey kicks to the wing. Enriders onto it, gathered one-handed, shot the hand pass inboard. The siren beats any further play. Collingwood by 42 points at the final change. 13 goals, 6-84 to Geelong 6-42. So the Magpies neatly double what the Cats have been able to manage. The goal kickers, 2 each for Elliott, Sidebottom and Moore, with singles to Fasolo, Grundy, White, Adams, Varco, Swan and Maynard. For Geelong, 3 for Menzel and 1 each to Lang, Johnson and Hawkins. It's Collingwood by 42 points at three-quarter time. Had a rather hushed MCG. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
ABC Radio online and on mobile is here. Hear your favourite shows, hear your favourite podcasts, anywhere. Wherever you go, ABC Radio is online and on your mobile. And you can download the ABC Radio app for free. Hear now, hear later, hear anywhere. Hear here, abc.net.au/radio.
Grandstand AFL.
Mackie toiled on, gives it to Johnson. High ball to the top of the square. Hawkins wrestling, can't take the mark, might get the free kick. As Brown was hanging on to the jumper. It's lined up with the goalpost on a 45-degree angle. Hawkins kicks the goal. And the Cats get a start to the second half. Something on which to build. They're 44 points the wrong side of it.
Shapes a kick nicely forward of centre to Selwood, who rushes a tumbling ball into the 50. Through the length of everyone. And Menzel's got a hat-trick. He was in the goal square on his own, and the ball just meandered through a few sets of legs and straight into his hands. He can do no wrong.
He won't have the shot. Elliott on the lead. About 15 metres closer to goal. Jamie Elliott kicked a goal in the second term. He lets fly. It's a good-looking drop punt. It's a goal. Methodical stuff from the Magpies to set up that answering goal.
But he'll kick a flat ball towards Pendlebury at full forward through his hands. He couldn't mark. It comes back to Pendlebury though. Oh, he's given the handball away to Grundy, and from the square, Grundy has kicked the goal. Any third quarter resistance looks over now from a Geelong point of view.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Collingwood by 42 points at the final change. In the NRL, the Roosters 46 whacked Manly 10. David Parkin and Brad Sewell.
Well, there was a a bit of a tornado or tsunami, I reckon, for about 8 or 9 minutes at the start of the quarter.
Did it?
Well, it lasted for, I reckon, from about the beginning to about 8, 9, maybe 10 minutes, but it was very short-lived. It gave us a sense that if they were able to maintain that, add a bit of class to it, they might have put the game into some sort of question mark. But Collingwood, just as you called, Brad, were able to just get hold of it, slow it down, keep possession of the ball, keep it away, and it disappeared. The tsunami disappeared as quickly as it
really
came, and they, except for one bloke, and you picked him out as well for the whole quarter, not just for that period of time when they were better. There's one bloke who made up his mind. The tall bloke Blitzarf, who's come into this game as one of Australia's better middle distance or whatever they are.
Great story.
It is a good story, and probably made himself into a player. I don't think he played all that much football as a kid. Became in a short time, probably 12 months in the game, became a very, very effective footballer on top of his own. And he certainly led the way, but there wasn't enough of them doing it well enough. They're still running significantly less efficiently in terms of their use of the ball, and we've seen a classical contest within it. You and I have been fascinated by the Greenwood versus Selwood, and Greenwood now's had, I think, about 4 in a row I've seen him take. He's getting into the action. He's known for that role. He's lived up to it and performed in 4 weeks. And Selwood has had 14 possessions at a 57% effectiveness. He's had just one more 15 at 73% effectiveness. In the fact that he's slowed the captain's impact down and he's been able to maintain a fairly solid profile himself, he has to walk off the ground to finish if it's maintained. A very, very happy player about the role that he's actually played.
Unfortunately for Geelong, I wonder if this tells a bit of a story about the ageing players a little bit. In that
they were their better players in the first half in terms of possession rate, but now they're not even being able to impact on the game, possession-wise, or the consequences of those possessions. And I think you're right, they look tired, they look under pressure all the time. Opposition is sorting them out and are not so much exploiting them, but damping them down in a way that they can't impact on the game. Even Johnson, who's had a fair bit of the ball tonight, has not really impacted on the game in a very strong way.
No, he hasn't. There's been the odd flash of brilliance that we know he's capable of, but some of his decision making has been not up to his standard. Collingwood is still controlling and owning most of the statistics. 58 to 38 tackles in Collingwood's favour tells quite some story. Freeze forwards still 36 to 28 in Collingwood's favour. Inside 50s 36 to 28, clearances 28 to 18, disposal count itself 314 to 274.
Collingwood by 42 points into the final term and finishing off to the city ends. Grundy with the opening tap. Guthrie's onto the footy for the Cats. Hand pass to Selwood, went to ground, squeezes the hand pass out. Grundy knocked off it. Adams towed it to his advantage, then missed with the hand pass. Bartel flung himself at it. Feeds the ball forward in the Mackie direction. Couldn't get it. Adams does for the Pies. Gives it off to Grundy in a little bit of space. He works it up to Greenwood. Took a little while, put it onto the left boot. Not a compelling kick. Cut off by Kolajasny. Too strong with the hand pass to Selwood, who did go and get it though. Off to Guthrie. Gives it to Enright, sweeps the hand pass to the wing. Blitzav's trying to get around Varco. He shook the tackle. Kolajasny on the follow-up. Delivers inside the 50. Menzel! He has done the lot on return. This is utterly thrilling. Leapt up onto the shoulder of Langdon, hung in the air, and brought down the most classic of marks. From 45 metres out, he's timed them beautifully all night, and this is no exception. In many regards, this might be a sour night for Geelong, but it is an astonishing return to football which will send most in the hoops home smiling because of Daniel Menzel. He has kicked 4 goals. Collingwood by 36.
Great call, Jared. And the pack actually went a bit quickly for him. It started to subside, and the ball was going to drop out the back, and he just hung onto it with the end of his fingers. Only a great player would be worried about his safety and his inability to catch the ball, would have finally brought it to the ground. And then to go back and deliver the final.
This is amazing.
Final execution was beautiful. That has been a talking moment of the season.
Family are in the stands hugging each other. They can't believe what they're seeing. One thing's for certain, Menzel can still jump. Collingwood win the clearance up towards centre half forward. That's where it breaks down. Buse, little kick to Vardy. Handball's out to Cockatoo, who's off to the races with a bounce. He runs a long way. He kicks into the 50 over the head of Steve Johnson, and Scharenberg takes the defensive mark for the Magpies. The kick out wide to Varco, who'll mark on his chest at left half back. He'll centre things up to Pendlebury, who's in the corridor, and he'll transfer to the members' side with a long raking kick on the bounce to Langdon. It sort of sat on its point, so it gave Menzel a bit of a chance to at least apply a little bit of pressure. The kick down to the wing was a good mark to Grundy, wasn't it? Fantastic mark, showing real strength in the contest. And Grundy will now kick to the leading Jesse White, who again's got concrete for hands. He dropped the mark, was able to at least get a handball to Fasolo, who kicks into the centre square. No mark taken. The Cats have the footy again. They're still playing like they believe they can win. They've got it to midfield.
Furlow to Gregson to Murdoch. He'll kick it in to the lead of Hawkins. That was fluent and efficient footy. Hawkins is going to kick it on for Motlop in the forward pocket. It broke through his hands. Motlop is chasing it. He gathers. He's trying to keep it in. He did. Astonishing. He kicked the goal. That is remarkable. He had two pitted against him. He was 3 feet out of bounds with the ball hanging in. He just kept working the curve until he got through. Rushed to the goal front and slotted it.
The TV just shot to Buckley in the box. You can see him mouth, just looked up. He said, what happened then?
Well, did the two Collingwood defenders think that they gave up because they thought it was out of bounds, or because he was too clever?
I thought he was out of bounds. I thought he'd run out of bounds.
Well, did you think it was out of bounds?
It doesn't matter. You play the ball till you hear the whistle.
8-6-54 Geelong, 13-6-84 Collingwood, 4 minutes into the final term.
Boundary umpire was right there. You play until you hear the whistle.
That's fair call.
They're teasing Jared. They're teasing Geelong. Grundy wins the tap for Collingwood and then hacks it to centre half forward. Moore in a one-on-one with Taylor. They both fell over. Collingwood have the footy again. Short pass comes into Fasolo. It's been paid as a mark. Surely not 50. It is 50. Well, it's against Enright. But I don't think anyone was really sure whether it was paid as or not 15. And the umpire was very hot on the whistle to give 50 metres against Enright.
I thought it was touched off the boot, and I reckon Bar was thinking the same thing. It's such a wobbly kick that it...
Well, Fasolo's been marched to the goal line. And he'll kick the goal and give Collingwood a 6-goal lead again. And that makes life really difficult for Geelong, who are after this miraculous last quarter. But just again, explaining what happened, it almost accidentally was kicked to Fasolo, and Enright didn't break stride. He kept going at Fasolo. Surely he should have had the benefit of the doubt in that situation.
I would have thought so.
And Fasolo looked like he just about dropped his shoulder to make a quick turn and play
that's
on.
Right.
That was the other key
smart
ingredient. Was smart play, yeah. Just think that's unfair. That's a terrible penalty didn't influence the play at all. Didn't prevent Fasolo from doing what he wanted to do.
I'm still not convinced it wasn't touched, to be honest.
No, it wasn't. The steel just kicked off the side of his boot.
Collingwood by 36, 6 minutes into the final term. At the bounce, Vardy went at Grundy. De Goey got caught by Vardy. He's over the footy. It'll be balled up. Both teams keeping their forward set up. Spike forward by the Cats. Selwood is after it. Blitzavs as well. Blitzavs takes it. Got caught high. Front of the centre square. Back pedals in a hurry. Wants to set it up into a scoring area, puts it off the left boot. He's floated that well for Thurlow, who spilt the mark but has time to regather. Hand pass to Buse, back to Thurlow. Dinky kick over the top. Harry Taylor takes it. He'd be 55 metres out from goal. He runs a big arc and sets it up to full forward. Vardy has set himself up over the top of Grundy. Menzel's the crummer. Hand pass to Mackie. Kick smothered and pinched by Scharenberg. Hand passes into the back pocket. Selwood and Varco went after it. Hawkins arrived as the third man in. Hand passes for Johnson. De Goey came the other way. Williams got caught by Gregson holding the ball. Mown down from behind. And Gregson will earn himself a shot at goal.
Go Cats.
Steve Johnson has tried to pinch it. He's walking back as if it's his.
It's a shocker.
But he didn't lay the tackle. He's still got it, Steve.
He was in the vicinity.
It's Corey Gregson's kick.
He's on the grassy knoll.
I'm going to write to him this week.
On the angle out to the right, Gregson. 40 metres out from goal. Full momentum, stabs at it, it drifts away across the face and through for a behind. Collingwood by 35 points.
What are you going to write to him about, Parker? What's in the letter?
Well, I won't call him a cheat, but
cheeky.
Cheeky, yeah, that's good.
Reid kicks it back into play and a mark or a free kick to Jack Crisp in front. And he's coming up for his 28th disposal. So
he can play.
Yeah, he's been good.
Geelong have missed a lot of set shot chances, haven't they? In the second half, they could have really been a lot closer. The next kick down the line to Marsh was dropped, and it's out of play. You just see Nathan Buckley in the box. He's been quite angry in the last 5 or so minutes. He's sensing that, maybe Geelong might come back from here. Selwood takes it out of the ruck. And he pushes, according to the umpire, so a free kick to Grundy. And goes short to Pendlebury. Grundy runs on, wants to be the next in the chain. He might be. No, Pendlebury likes a different option. He likes Adams, who marks with late contact from Bartel and Johnson. Up to 9 minutes in this final term. Collingwood's lead is 35 points. It was 50 at half-time. Short into Sinclair. Now Sinclair short pass to Varco in the centre square. He spreads it out to the southern side to Marley Williams. He'll kick a left foot ball to Fasolo. Went up with one arm, couldn't take the mark. Kelly comes through, gives the handball to Enright, to Buse. He's in the back pocket. He'll handball on to Kelly again.
Kelly's looking for some help. Hand pass to Mackie. Swarmed by two. It's stolen by Williams, who kicks Collingwood to full forward over the top of Marsh. Kolajasny gets back with him. Kolajasny gathers. Hand passes it for the boundary and the tackle. The umpire says throw it in.
I like that play by Williams. It takes some great awareness to tackle somebody, but in the same mind, try and rip the ball out of the tackle as well.
Clever.
Yep.
Right forward pocket for Collingwood, leading by 35 points. At the throw-in, Blitzavs with the tap. The Magpies have got it, though. Adams to Greenwood, who curls one right to the square. Did Kolajasny touch it? Not sure that he did. It's a goal. It drifted home on the breeze. Greenwood with the goal that keeps Collingwood safe, even for those who get a little bit nervy about these things. They're 41-point leaders 10 minutes into the final term.
Been watching that contest, and he got off the Geelong captain because the Geelong captain went to Pendlebury.
Yep.
And he was going to make it a 2-on-1 the other way and then chase around. He was smart enough to say, right, you're locked into him, I'll go off and do something, and then created a goal.
Some good reward.
Good reward for making a great decision.
17 disposals for Levi Greenwood and a goal, but also 10 tackles.
10 tackles, yeah.
And most of them would have been to Joel Selwood.
Selwood's felt everyone.
Selwood on the Knights only had 16 disposals. And there's a free kick here to De Goey once the ball was bounced back in the middle. In the centre circles, he comes to the members' side with a kick. He's wanting Adams, who's banking back and marking against Guthrie in a 1-on-1, and he plays on. He runs to about 60 out. He's kicking towards full forward. It's a nice kick. And this time, Jesse White holds on. Only 25 from goal straight in front.
We didn't hear that clunk, did we?
No, we didn't hear the crunch, and we saw two of his mates run straight in front of him to take the bounce off that didn't come. They were there waiting.
Jesse White coming in as a late inclusion when Travis Cloke complained of leg tightness in the warm-up. He's kicked one so far tonight, Jesse White. He's now got 2, and Collingwood's got 16 as they crack the ton. 16-6, 102 to Geelong 8-7-55 at the 12-minute mark of the final quarter. There's been a lot of debate about Jesse White throughout the course of the year. Those 2 goals tonight mean that he has kicked 25 goals for the season.
Yeah, and it's 2 off 9 possessions, and Cloke might have had 12 and kicked a couple by this stage, so he's actually, in terms of what he's given in the game, they haven't missed Cloke nearly as much as I thought they would.
I don't think he would be in their best 22, but he's played a lot through necessity because of the injury to Ben Reid.
Yeah, absolutely.
That second tall forward, and now Cloke, obviously.
Not quite at the halfway mark of this final term. Collingwood by 47 points. More flies early. Blitzev stayed down. He tapped it out towards the wing. Varco came in. Got it to Taylor Adams, who found a way through for Collingwood. Good kick. Marsh couldn't quite hang on low down. Kolodjasny threatened to pinch it clear, but Marsh repelled his hand pass for Adams, who threw it backwards to Varco. And that's how the umpires saw it. Along with a free kick at half-back.
See, Adams and Crisp have been really good, haven't they?
They've 10 clearances, Adams.
They found a couple. Was Crisp from somewhere else as well? Was he interstate at
Prince Vegas?
One in the Exodus. Blitzev's out across half-back for Kelly, and up now to Kolodjasny.
He was the steak knives in the Beams deal, but they were diamond-encrusted steak knives.
Into the centre square for Blitzevs, who works the hand pass now to Murdoch, onto the left boot and deep inside the Geelong forward line. Harry Taylor flies, underfoot is Lang, trying to push his way clear. Hand pass to Menzel, out the back to Thurlow, gets his snap away to the teeth of goal. Maynard gets back. It bounces away from him and out of play next to the behind post.
Maybe those really good Swiss knives that you get. Deep left forward pocket for the Cats at the punt road end. 13 played final quarter. Collingwood by 47 points. Off the contest, it's Langdon who squeezes a kick just inside the centre square, but will come back. Kolodjasny, although his handball missed end right. And now Collingwood have the ball back, with Elliott kicking down towards Fasolo, who marks strongly in front of Kelly between wing and half-back. Fasolo kicks forward to the wing, wanting Marsh. The ball hangs in the air a long time. Easy for Taylor to come over the top and spoil. We'll have a throw-in just forward of the wing for Collingwood.
And both Fasolo and Elliott, Collingwood have got small, genuine marking forwards. Really strong overhead, both of them.
Andrew umpire sets himself and throws the ball in now. Adams for Collingwood kicks towards half forward. Enright sort of trapped the bouncing footy, then had a bit of a fumble, got a kick away, all on the ground straight to De Goey of Collingwood, who kicks into the 50. This is where it's all Geelong though. Mackie has got acres of space, traps the bouncing ball. The kick though was terrible for Thurlow, who made it okay in the end. He stretches with a handball to Steve Johnson, to Murdoch, who gets tackled by 2 Collingwood players. The ball's locked up. It will be thrown up left half forward for Collingwood.
It's the Maggies by 47. The crowd 40,582. About half the average that usually sees these teams on a Friday night. Out of half-back, Guthrie from the stoppage to Johnson, to Thurlow, and now to Buse running through the middle. He loops the hand pass to Gregson. Kicks for Menzel, put it back behind him. He dives in, took the contact from Brown. All's well, up he gets and trundles on. He'll almost steal the ball back from the hand pass of Scharenberg. Tackles are laid. Gregson fighting hard for it. Could say the same for De Goey. It'll be balled up. Sinclair was the last man to touch it for the Pies, and it left half forward for the Cats. Up she goes. Grundy to De Goey. Kicks it out of the pack. White sets himself on the wing and he takes the mark.
I thought he was going to give the handball to Crisp. Instead he goes wide with a short pass to Elliott, who handballs on to Fasolo, gets away from Blitzavs, centres up to full forward. That's all Geelong. An easy defensive mark taken by Lonergan for the Cats. Up to 16 minutes now in the final quarter. Short chipping ball to Enright. Crisp with the spoil, but he chopped the arms. So a free kick to the Geelong veteran. He goes short to another veteran in Bartel. Loops the handball over the top to Guthrie in the centre square. Bounces off one tackle. Can't beat a second. Holding the ball. Free kick to the Magpies to Grundy. They're lining up at half forward. Adams will take the mark. He'll play on. He'll run to 40 and he will miss to the right-hand side. Collingwood 16-7, 103. Geelong 8-7, 55, 16 played final quarter.
And that's been the heavy knock on Adams. His inability, to kick goals he should, but certainly to keep possession with his feet in normal play hasn't been a great asset.
Enright stabs it in up the middle. Murdoch takes the mark.
But we forgive those players, Parker, when they get it as much as they do.
Well, that's true. He's certainly had the ball a lot.
Murdoch played the corridor. He set a task for Guthrie. Reid made the spoil, banged it back inside the 50. Bartel downed. Murdoch threw it. Umpire didn't see it. Guthrie lost it. Reid from a standing start takes a fling to the square. For Solo flies. Four-man pack collapses. Blair working underneath. For Solo, the opportunist, doubles back onto his right and he snaps a curling goal. His third. And Collingwood out beyond the 50-point threshold again. 17-7, 109 to Geelong 8-7, 55.
Now, he had a work ethic problem for Solo, didn't he? They put him back to half back, I reckon, for almost a full season to get him work with and without the ball. He's got a talent. He does exceptional things which you want from a forward. I think he's just about to step along, across the line into a full-blood, talented forward player.
Yeah. 6 days is a long time in footy. Joffa's got the gold jacket on. He's waving a handbag around. The old Geelong days, Jared. Remember those days?
That was a handbag.
In the middle we go again. Grundy in the ruck with Blitzhavs. Blitzhavs just grabs it out of the ruck. Handballs to Thurlow. Again, misses with his handball, wanting Motlop. Bobbles around inside the centre square. Guthrie got a handball away, but to no one in particular. Adams goes. He's held without possession. He is trying to pick up the loose footy on the turf. He'll get the free kick. Adams plays on inside the centre square. He's going up to the man of the moment for Solo, but it's over his head. And an easy mark to the Cats taken by Buse. He gives a handball to Enright inside the centre square to Motlop. Handballs to Kolajasny, who's trying to take Grundy on. The bounce didn't come back to him. Pendlebury came through. Got a handball to Jesse White. Tackled as he kicks it. They're still in midfield. Crisp has a fumble. Lang goes in. Geelong with Kelly, who loops the handball over the top and they're away.
Gregson doubles back to keep the angle sweet. He kicks for Menzel on the lead. Reaches up. Can't mark this one. Broke through his fingers at the last. Sinclair in defence to Marsh. Kicks the Magpies around the broadcast wing. Elliott is able to mark unattended. He has a look forward for Solo. Comes on the first lead. Blair a little more centrally. Down the line is Jesse White. White does signal his intent to kick in the Moore direction. Taylor made the spoil. At the back is Lonergan. Under pressure, quick with the hands to Enright. Short to Lang. In fact, not 15. Lang trundles out of the defensive area. Hangs it in the air for Murdoch. Elliott made the spoil and the steal. His hand pass, though, wasn't tidy. Johnson gets hold of it for the Cats.
Guthrie, handball was not good. Greenwood came in on hands and knees. Got a handball to Reid, who spreads out to the southern side on the second bounce to side bottom, who finally collects, directs traffic, kicks long. Moore is who he wants. Spoil came over the top there by Lonergan, mopping up Taylor for the Cats. Handballs it out. The Cats will get out of trouble with all the veterans combining in defence. And now they're at centre-half back with Bartel. So that was Lonergan to Taylor to Enright. Bartel involved and Kolajasny, the youngster.
Oh, Bartel's hung this ball in the air, but Johnson gets there before side bottom. And takes it near enough to the defensive 50. Stevie J lays it off to the side for Lonergan. The Cats going nowhere fast. Collingwood by 54 points. Kick to half back now for Gregson. Selwood is loose ahead of the play, but the kick is going longer than that in the Vardy direction. He sets himself, rises and takes a very neat mark. Slips the hand pass to Selwood, who kept on coming. He kicks for Menzel. Spoil made by Marsh. Free kick for Menzel. Guthrie claims the advantage. He trots in, kicks across the face of goal to Cockatoo. He should be taking the shot from 20 metres out. Cockatoo to the left of goal, but plenty of daylight between the posts. He's hung this one right. Ooh, that gets away and away and away. Nearly missed the fairway completely. Sneaks in at the behind post. It's a behind. It's Collingwood by 53.
He's a real disappointment. I think I saw him 4 or 5 weeks ago when he was a very consistent player, did some extremely good things. He's been conspicuous by his absence, and that's the kind of outcome we've had from him when he should go back as a forward and kick that easily. It almost went out of bounds.
Lindsay Gilbey on the boundary.
Yes, just having a look over at Stevie J. Has come to the bench with blood coming from his nose. I'm sure it was from that contest out on the far wing.
Actually, the way it was smeared around his mouth, he looked like the Joker.
Pendlebury kicks to himself. Playing in defence in this last quarter, then kicks long to the southern side of the ground. Jesse White off the pack. Gets a handball to side bottom. Oh, lovely little kick on the outside of his foot to Blair, who gives the handball to Marsh under pressure. He was tackled as he handballed straight to Selwood. Now it's in with Cockatoo, gets high contact against Sinclair. So Cockatoo to take the free kick. He wants to get on with it quickly, but the umpire wanting to set the mark at midfield.
It wasn't him, but he headbutted the bloke.
Oh no, terrible kick to Thurlow, who did admittedly slip over, which made the kick look worse than what it was. And now it's a contest in the centre square. The umpire will throw it up. 23 played. Collingwood with the last 4 goals of the game. They lead by 53 points.
Tossed up, Grundy gets an unimpeded run. He pulls it in and hand passes out the back to Greenwood. Kicks to centre half forward. It was 2 on 2, but Enright saw where it was going to land and he was first to arrive. Guides his kick into the middle for Mackie, who spreads out the southern side where Lonergan is lurking forward of the play. He's able to mark and play on, assess the options, and not kick it well enough to reach Cockatoo. Reid chips in and pinches it for the Pies.
That's his third massive blunder with his feet.
Reid lags the kick out to Sinclair at left half back. He's going to turn and kick it backwards for side bottom. Couple of goals to his name tonight. 22 disposals as this one gives some ground. Kick comes across the face of goal for Scharenberg, and it's marked by Langdon. Clears the defensive 50. Up goes Greenwood to mark. So they've crossed the ground, trying to find the way on the members' side. It's not overly forthcoming. The kick goes sideways to Maynard, and he's going to stretch it out the far side again.
They're really just playing for time at the moment, aren't they? And Scharenberg kicks down to side bottom, who marks out on the southern side, close to the boundary between wing and half back. They're going more sideways than forwards. Side bottom usually does something a little creative. He tried to kick it down the line towards Enright, but the spoil came in. And it will be thrown in. Kolodziejski with the spoil. So a throw in on the southern wing, the 24.5-minute mark of the final quarter. Collingwood 17-7, Geelong 8-8, set up by 7 goals in the opening term for Collingwood to surprise everybody and knock Geelong out of the final series for 2015. Pendlebury with a handball to Adams. Pendlebury will get it back with a 1-2 on the southern wing. Pendlebury's kick is precise, straight to go in front of the eyes. When I say knock Geelong out of the final series, it means they can't make it. Adelaide's in, regardless of what happens on the weekend. De Goey wide to Varco, who marks deep in the pocket. The left forward pocket about 45 from goal. Playing against his old side, it's been pretty good.
Like young De Goey too, he's been very consistent four-quarter player.
Varco coming up for his 16th disposal. Near the boundary, swings it towards goal with good contact and hits the post. Right near the top. Only a behind. Collingwood 17-8, 110. Geelong 8-8, 56.
And Geelong last missed the finals. John Howard was the Prime Minister. Blue Healers was the top-rating show on television. Shane Warne entranced us playing Test cricket. And the Commonwealth Games was staged in Melbourne. An 8-year straight run is going to come to an end. The Cats have lost it outside the defensive 50, but a good tackle from Blitzavs will see them regain the ball.
Were you a fan of Blue Healers, Jerry?
For a while. I'm not sure if by 2006 it would have been. I'm not
sure I got the
Thank
whole
you,
way
PJ.
through the series.
I know my wife's obsessed with, was obsessed with Blue Heels.
The boundary umpire's put himself in the middle of the play here.
Oh, has he ever? He let the play on happen from outside the boundary line, and I think the boundary line's he's convinced him, as he knows, giving the ball back to the original kicker.
So, as you were, Blitzavs will take the free kick. He'll use it around the defensive arc for Harry Taylor. Taylor plays on. It's a beautiful ball into the middle of the ground. It opens the play up to Murdoch. Cockatoos run on inside the 50. Murdoch takes a few liberties and chips it around the 50. It's a poor kick. Kolodjasny has to go and get the bouncing ball off to Guthrie, who works it up to Thurlow. Back to Murdoch, who's run down by Varco. He stood in the tackle. No, he dropped it. I reckon that's 10 holding the balls Collingwood have been able to win through their tackling tonight. And Langdon to take this one inside the defensive arc. Kick not 15, so he puts Brown under fearsome pressure. He's caught by Hawkins, dispossessed. And that's a holding the ball coming back the other way. Magpies have laid 71 tackles to 48. They have profited well from it. Tom Hawkins, 45 metres out. Thumping drop punt, straight through the middle. Hawkins' second goal of the encounter. The margin is back to 48 points late in the final term.
It's almost like a bit of a cricket atmosphere here at the moment. It's little to no atmosphere, it's just sort of a dull buzz. Consistent dull buzz.
There's 5 Crows fans in the front row, and they will actually let out the biggest cheer of all. They all have Paddy Dangerfield's number on their back, so it's going to require a bit of renovation in the off-season, one suspects, but they'll be able to cheer when this final siren sounds. Back in the middle, Greenwood's hand pass was cut off by Johnson, who gives it to Selwood. He flares it out to Kelly, works it on to Cockatoo, kicks inside the 50 for Bartel, who lunges but can't mark. Pendlebury picks it up for the Pies. Hand pass to Moore. Gives it off to Adams, who works it around to Blair. He kicks across half-back for Langdon. Took it on the half volley, so he had to get it on. Blair off at the target. He's dragged down by Gregson. Works the hand pass out the side to Maynard. Maynard at the back corner of the centre square to Blair. He goes backwards. They'll find the way out here, Collingwood. They are well home. They're well home. Geelong's season ends with a whimper as the gate is shut on the final 8 for 2015. Collingwood gives us a display of its character and its improvement, belting the Cats by 48 points. Score, Collingwood 17 goals, 8, 110, defeating Geelong 9-8-62. Collingwood led all night. They won it in the opening term with a 7-goal-to-1 stanza. 36-point leaders at quarter time, 50 at the half, 42 at the final change, and 48 at the close. Collingwood registers its 10th win of the season and condemns Geelong to miss the finals. Kickers for the winners. For Solo booted 3, 2 each for Elliott, White, Sidebottom and Moore, with singles to Grundy, Adams, Varco, Greenwood, Swan and Maynard.
For the Cats, Daniel Menzel kicked 4 goals, 2, and took a complete screamer as well in a stunning return to football that will leave many happy, not just in the family or the club, but the broader football world. Hawkins kicked 2, and then there were singles to Lang, Johnson and Motlop. Collingwood by 48 points, but it feels like a 2-song night because the real winners are the Crows.
We're the pride of South Australia, and we're known as the Adelaide Crows. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, we're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
So the Adelaide Crows make the finals, and what an emotional story that is in its own right. They get to play on Sunday at a sold-out Adelaide Oval against West Coast and make the journey to Geelong, but with nothing at stake. Just the pecking order, which they could still potentially upset with a couple of victories, given they're the odd team out on the 50 points. And at the moment, Richmond, the Bulldogs and North Melbourne are all on 52. So the Crows can climb even higher across this weekend, but they are guaranteed to play finals in 2015. Collingwood by 48 points, Brad Sewell and David Parker.
I was just laughing at the people who just come home and turned on the ABC to hear the score and the result. I would have saying, I better go quick. I better go and read the fixture again to see who was actually playing. Look, out of what was a miserable day for those who came to the MCG, including me as a non-Collingwood person last week, and left the ground, I must admit, with 10 or 15 minutes to go, which I rarely do because I was so, I guess, disgusted with the lack of contest in the game at that stage. And I think you summed it up beautifully before the game and said don't underestimate it when you've been publicly and privately humiliated in the way that they were following that game. If they've got any substance at all, and they obviously have, they were able to come out and apply a pressure, a force, a commitment, and then a football performance on top of that to score the first 7 or 8 goals in the manner which they did and put the game. We were all hoping that there would be a response and a recovery. A couple of times they tried Geelong, but the tsunamis lasted about 8 to 10 minutes each time. They were able to quell that quickly, Collingwood, and get on with the job and complete what's an extremely good win in the circumstance without Cloke coming in. And the disappointment turns then for Geelong, with the exception, of course, of young Menzel coming back, and that was a dream.
That was stunning.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. For him and his family, and really for the footy community, who did see that tremendous talent early in his career, for him to have come back after 4 reconstructions and then perform tonight in a team that wasn't giving him much supply, much easy possession, was a good thing to be here and see, even if they were inept in trying to get over the top of Collingwood.
I can imagine Bucks addressing the Collingwood group as they go into the rooms here now, and as they shut the doors behind them, he'd almost just stand there and shrug his shoulders and say, boys, look what we can do. Off the back of last week, they would have had a torrid week back at the club in their review process and whatnot. And then the way they started the game, came out and clearly struck their team plan against Geelong and just held onto the ball and controlled the game. And didn't kick long into their forward line, used it really smartly, used the angles, hit the lead-ups, because we know Geelong drop off really well and take those marks in defence. And it was 7 goals to 1, 7 goals to 2 in that first quarter. It was a remarkable start. And then, a buffer like that is not only possible to try and claw back.
We'll head into the Collingwood rooms and join Adam White.
Thumbs up from the coach as the players all stand in a circle and away they go. Just watching a proud coach, Nathan Buckley, leaning up against the wall, singing the song, probably about 5 or 6 metres away from where the players were singing it. Well, the controversy during the week about what were they playing for last week. Well, Scott Pendlebury had over 30 disposals and sort of set the trend, particularly early in the match. And they're excited, but they're not overly excited as they sort of disperse now. We're going to catch up with Levi Greenwood shortly. Jared?
Collingwood by 48 points. Lindsay Gilby up with Brad Sewell and David Parkin as well.
I'll pose a question to you guys. Obviously, Paddy Dangerfield sitting over in Adelaide, knowing that the Crows are coming into a final series. Does a performance like that persuade his decision?
That's a good question.
Considering that probably Geelong aren't at the heights of what they were. They'll get better if they obviously get him in the side and if they get Lockie Henderson and stuff like that. Would that persuade?
So the question is, do you think his future and success in football is probably better if he remains than it might be if he goes to Geelong?
Yes, I'll ask you that question.
Well, if I were him, I would have made up my decision by now.
Yeah,
but I hear what you're saying, and at that stage of your life, with him, you would want to be playing in finals with a chance to win them. And I think if you're going to make a decision as big as that to leave a team which has given you the opportunity to play, you want to be going somewhere where it was safe to play in and win finals. That would be my view of the world.
We'll pick that conversation up in a moment. Back with Adam White.
Thanks, Jared. I was quite keen to catch up with Levi Greenwood, so we had to go over to the Geelong rooms where he's standing alongside Joel Selwood, and he joins us now. Now, that was a battle, you and Joel today.
Yeah, it was. We knew he was going to come out hard, being the captain, and trying to drag him over the line. So it was a big job for me this week, and I knew it was going to be a fierce contest, and the first 10, 15 minutes were crucial today.
Because of what happened last week with the big loss, I think what was lost was how good a job you did on Trent Cotchin. So you've had 2 big jobs in a row. This is what we're used to seeing you do at North Melbourne. You're now doing it in different coloured stripes.
Yeah, that's right. Coming back this year, it probably took me a little bit to get back into the game, and I think Bucks has just put me onto a task in the last few games and given me a single-minded focus, and it's been good for me because it's pretty easy. You just stay with them and they lead you to the ball a lot of the time as well.
You'd want the season to keep going after missing pretty much the first half with that foot injury or the ankle injury you had. How frustrating is it seeing what the team can do on a night like this and know that you're not going to be a part of it in September?
Yeah, it is. It is, especially sitting out for the first half of the year and seeing from the grandstands how good we are and how capable we are, and on the big stage as well. It is disappointing that we have finished up here and not going to make finals, but I don't know, it's also good to see that we are going somewhere, and we'll get a lot of young kids that are going to be really good players, and we're going to be a hard team to stop in the next few years.
Was it a tough week? I mean, it was a tough week sort of from the media and the scrutiny that was on you after what happened against Richmond. What was it like inside the club?
To be honest, everyone was a bit flat early on in the week, just knowing what come of it, and we couldn't make finals in the end. But probably the good thing was it was a short week and 6-day turnaround, and we had something to play for this week. We have a lot of supporters that have turned out every week, and we probably let them down in the last few rounds, and Geelong as well. They had something to play for, so our focus was to not let them play finals this year.
Levi Greenwood has the headphones on. We are in the Collingwood rooms. We're not in the Geelong rooms.
Levi, Lindsay Gilby, mate, well done on your game. It looks like you found another inside midfielder. Jack Crisp obviously coming from the Lions this year, but Jordan De Goey's had 17 contested possessions and 10 clearances tonight. He was outstanding, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. It's no surprise really. He does that all the time at training. It's just sort of trying to find his spot in there. With Swanee playing up forward today and Pendle's more off half back, it sort of gave him a bit more of a licence to have a crack at the ball, and him and Tay and Jack Crisp there, they all had their fair share of it today, and it was good. So we're giving the world of confidence going into next year.
Levi, silly mate, well done tonight. But it was real team focus. Selwood didn't get any space. On the occasion he managed to slip away from you, you had teammates hit him in the chest, getting in his way. A real team focus tonight for you.
Yeah, it's it. Like them sort of jobs you can't do by yourself, and like it's good to have the support of the other teammates there as well. And like, you just can't do it on your own. And like I got bashed up a little bit by them, but I think he got the same from our guys as well, especially Brodie and like the big guys. Like it's invaluable when they do come off and hit your man for you.
It's always nice when they react a little bit, and you got under his skin a bit tonight.
Yeah, I know. Like it doesn't really put me off too much, but hopefully it did put him off a little bit. And I think I was flirting with the line a little bit too much, and probably gave away a couple free kicks. But I know, like if they start resting you, it means you put them off their game. So it's good.
Getting your toes over the line every now and again isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
Levi, just bear with us 30 seconds here. I'll just release our news radio audience. Collingwood 17-8, 110 over Geelong, 9-8-62 at the MCG tonight in front of 40,582 fans. The net effect of the evening is that Adelaide makes the finals, and the remaining, what have we got, 15 games will be about jockeying for position, but things can't change in the eights. Levi Greenwood is with us in the Collingwood rooms. David Parker.
Yeah, Levi, can I ask you, I'm not giving anything away, but when in the week do you know you've got the job and who it is? Does you say he wanted up to you on Monday and say you better focus on X, Y or Z and you do your homework, or does he slip it to you just before the game?
Well, last week he only told me the day before the game, so I didn't even have much time to prepare for coaching. But this week, I think I found out main training session, so done a bit of homework yesterday on him. Like I played on him before, so I know the way he plays, and I just same focus as every week. Just try to get in between him and the ball and see what comes of it.
Well, it was interesting because in the finish, he went to Pendlebury at one stage. You were able, and I reckon that's fantastic, positive mind for you. You were able to get off and score a goal when he was, in fact, your direct opponent. So there's the other half of the story. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It just got through as well, but
it's all right. It got through.
It's nice in them forward stoppages if they try to slip straight off you, and you do get free there a couple of times.
But what do you look at, Levi, when you're studying a player like Selwood or Cochin with a little time last week? How do you do your homework?
It's basically just the running patterns that they do when, like in them first and second touches outside the centre bounce or a contest, and Selwood comes back at the ball really hard, so I was just sort of trying to get in between him and the ball, and I know I gave away a few free kicks, but as long as I was right up him, it's hard. Like every week it's different. Like there's different players. Like Fife, he likes to run and jump at the ball a little bit more, and Selwood probably gets that receive a little bit and wins his own ball quite a bit.
Levi, congratulations. Good to chat.
Thank you. Tough.
Levi Greenwood with us in the Collingwood rooms. The Magpies by 48 points over Geelong. 17-8, 110 to the Cats, 9-8-62.
That's a terrific insight, really. He gave us...
Interesting hearing that, isn't it?
It's interesting, yeah. And to see the coach 1 week has given him half a day's notice. He's a bit upset, I reckon. He said he didn't have the time to prepare for Cochin in the way that he did have the time to prepare tonight for Selwood. That's interesting, isn't it?
Well,
look, I did that regularly. I developed players who would become pure stoppers of the opposition. Matthew Hogg was one. Hoggy would want to know, like, Sunday morning after Saturday's game so that he could prepare it. If I'd wanted around him on Friday night, give him a call on Friday night and said, oh, by the way, he would have been very, very annoyed.
Yeah, so they'll still be working each other out, Buckley and Greenwood.
Of course, he's only been in the place a short time.
And I was the same. If I had a job, I'd like to know early in the week.
And you did those jobs often over a 10-year period.
Yep.
And you would go hunting it up for the job, or would he come to you?
No, I'd go hunting it.
Yep.
I'd go if I hadn't heard. But if we're playing Saturday, I hadn't had a tap on the shoulder by Thursday. I'd be on the front foot. But you've got a pretty good idea yourself. You know who you're going to go to most of the time.
Yeah, you do that. But, in your homework, would you go and watch some film? Would you go and watch the running patterns? Would you get any statistical information about their game that maybe you just need to reinforce yourself, or you didn't know?
It depended who you're playing on, and depended on the patterns of how Hawthorn were going in the opposition side. But, I'd always watch vision. I knew what I was looking for, and invariably you played on something like a Selwood or Pendlebury a number of times, so you didn't have to watch too much because you knew what they were going to do. But I still liked to watch their last couple of games to see what the tricks they'd been using at that point in time, and if they'd added another string to their bow in any way.
What if they were on you and you were responsible for them, then they went and took somebody else to try and get rid of you, get a 2-on-1 situation and free up one of their blokes? What can you tell?
Early in the game, you'd get until you get the patterns of the game.
Yes,
you'd go with them.
Yep.
And it'd just be a matter of pushing them away from whoever they're trying to go to. If that was in our forward 50, it's happy days because you'd bluff them. You'd go to them, and in the last minute, you'd get a wink and a nodge from one of the other mids, and the ruckman would know, and then you'd try and get dangerous.
So you become free, and he's still interested in the bloke that he's gone to rather than you.
Yeah, and once, well, fortunately for me, our midfield was usually on top. So once you got the patterns of the game, then you could afford to roll the dice and chase the ball and hunt yourself a bit more.
I was probably a little bit different.
You never saw a man in your life. Are you kidding?
No, I just played on those dumb forwards that ran to stupid positions. That's what I did. No, I was too busy covering for Brian Lakes, man. He'd go up the ground and just sit back and be the goalkeeper. No, it was different. Obviously, preparing as a defender, you're virtually dictated to by wherever the forward runs. You've got to go with him, unless he runs to get a hot dog in the grandstand or anything like that. That's where you let him go, but. Don't be like that, Sully. I was not like that.
I didn't use a ski rope.
You go back to the
It's like you had a flu. No one would go near you.
You go back to the 60s when I played. I knew exactly the two players I was going to play on every week, unless they were injured. So every time I had two rovers, down to about one ballers and off, and I get those every week, and I get them when they were absolutely stonkered.
And can I ask the question? Back in those days, the traditional starting positions, like the half forward, did he start on the point of the square and the other half forward start on the point of the square and the pocket started in each pocket?
Oh, I did, yeah, exactly. The pocket, certainly, we didn't get more than about, I got lonely if we got more than about 15 or 20 metres away from the goalpost. The goalpost was my best friend. And the boundary line was certainly my best friend because in those days you could kick it over, run it over, throw it over and everything. All they do was throw it back in again. Didn't even get a free kick.
I just want to throw something for you guys for Collingwood. I'll read these names out. Adams, Crisp, DeGoey, Williams, Schoenberg, Grundy, Moore, Maynard. Throw in Aish and Treloar. That's pretty scary going forward. To have, if that was to be the case, Treloar and Aish came to Collingwood, which is
gives them
floating
the
around. It gives them great balance.
Inside
and outside. They've got their next inside midfielders.
Yeah.
In Adams, Crisp, DeGoey, you could throw Maynard. They got their midfield set for 10 years now, Collingwood. They don't have to build around it and get some good keys. They'll be in contention for a long time. That's how I'm looking at it at the moment.
Yeah.
So selection and capacity to recruit and get in the right mixture for the engine room.
Yes.
Yep.
Pendlebury's not bad in there either.
Yeah, and that's, I didn't want to put those in that mix because all those guys I read out are 22 and under. It just shows you great depth, and I'm extremely bullish on Collingwood in the next 4 to 5 years.
So he speaks the truth, Buckley. It's not, I'm hearing people on radio today talking about, conning and giving answers which weren't true, and, he's bluffing people and all that sort of idiotic behaviour I heard today. And I'm a believer in the manner which he's setting it up, the kind of people, and I don't mean just footballers. I'm pleased to see that they're looking at who is this person we are recruiting to our club. What does he bring in terms of values and behaviours? Not only the capacity to run and kick and catch and do those things, but have we got a quality guy? And I think they're going to have a very responsible list that is going to work themselves into a terrific combination, a very team-oriented combination, and I think we've got to look forward to good things.
It's been a bit of a he's seen the transformation, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Some of the rat bags, supposed rat bags that he adopted when he first took over, and he's had a transformation of the entire list, hasn't it?
And they're a club to go to. Hawthorn pride themselves, Geelong pride themselves, Sydney, that this is a club of destination for people who are free agents and want to have success, etc. Now, there's no doubt that Collingwood is now into that category.
I wouldn't put them quite up there with Hawthorn.
No, I haven't put it up there, but they're into that category that if they can't get to Hawthorn, then Collingwood's a fairly good place to go.
It was so important to play like that tonight, just to get the upswing at the end, a bit like Port Adelaide last week. You've got to have something to reassure and something to cling to, and not just from the outside. I reckon from the inside too. Saying it and buying into it and believing it is one thing, but losing 8 out of 9 is another. And losing 8 out of 9
is a far greater weight.
It can undermine you.
Yeah.
Even if you absolutely wholeheartedly believe in it.
Yep. Yeah, okay. The truth is the truth, and in footy it's measured by 4 points in games won.
Yep.
And with Essendon next week, it'd be nice to really
2 in a row.
knock off the arch rival and put them in a nasty place.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, it's been despite the fact that, as Jared suggested, it's settled in terms of the 8 now, I'm right, but it's not settled in terms of finishing position in the 8, so we've got enough hanging on the last week to give it a little bit of lift. Would have been terrible if it was 8 in and 8 positions, but we don't have that. I actually I think Adelaide play a brand of football which is enjoyable to watch. You mightn't agree with me, but I think I turn on the television when I see them and I know I'm going to get a good, enjoyable, whatever it is, entertainment. I do get it most of the time with them.
They've got guys you want to watch.
Yeah,
you've got Eddie
exactly
darting around. You've got Big Tex up there, Danger and Sloan.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, they've got guys you genuinely want to watch. They could do anything on their day.
Mm. Oh yeah, so it's exciting.
Just also on Geelong side, watching tonight, Joel Selwood off the ball. He needs Paddy Dangerfield. He will cry out for it. I reckon he'll give half his salary. Probably not that, but to get him across the line.
I'm looking at you. You know something that we don't know, don't you? Because you're at St Kilda, you tried to get Dangerfield, and he said, "No, I'm going to Geelong."
Did we?
Oh, I don't know. That's the look you've been giving to me since I've arrived tonight. So you're pretty convinced. I am
that he's going to Geelong.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. What's he going home to Boggy Creek?
Moggs Creek, is it?
Oh, Moggs Creek.
Yeah.
It was a very boggy place.
Is that Henderson making his way down there as well?
Well,
I suspect if they want to trade for him, yes. So Scott Selwood will come across from the west.
Yeah,
free agent.
Dangerfield, and then Caddy and Duncan, who
important.
That's who Selwood misses. Who's on the list currently? When they weren't there and weren't playing well, is when they were going terrible in the middle stages of the season. They all sort of came together and forged something better. And that midfield, they have no midfield when those other two lads don't play. But the upside of the night, what did we see tonight in Daniel Menzel?
Wow. Well, for me, it's a double-edged sword because you see what he produced tonight. Imagine if he had been playing for the last couple of years.
What we've missed out on.
What we missed out on. Yeah, and that's it's a selfish point of view, of course. But I mean, imagine how he's feeling right now. Imagine his family, his friends. Now he's going to be disappointed, of course, in the result. But I mean, he's a genuine reason to come to football.
Beautiful response by his teammates.
Yeah,
that's the emotional side of
guy within the group.
Obviously, and they have appreciated his resilience over whatever it is, 1,000 days or whatever it is since he last played, and that's a good thing, and that'll override in much of what didn't happen as a team here tonight. I just think it was absolutely. There's a bloke called Blickhurst who, to me, has just got better and better and better, and nobody tried harder and had a bigger influence from Geelong's point of view than he did tonight. And I saw he's an athlete who could run around and push and tap and do that stuff, but he showed some absolute grit.
That third quarter, wasn't it?
Oh, when he forced the ball from the middle centre bounce, he was a part of knock-on, hit, punch, hand pass, kick off the ground till it finally went through for goal. He was almost the linchpin.
And he contested the ball down there as well, didn't he?
Right in the goal square. It was just fantastic.
So we look, obviously they've got Adelaide next week, which is a dead rubber. I think it's a great opportunity for the people of Geelong and football followers there'll be some decisions made during the week. I'd say probably in the next few days, guys might put their hands up to retire, just to give a fitting farewell to those older guys who choose to part way and hang up the boots at the season's end. I think even though they'll be disappointed not to make the finals, that's first and foremost, but a great opportunity to send off their
Where's
their
that
aging
been played?
stars.
That's
down
at Kardinia Park.
Kardinia Park.
It makes next week simpler. They'll be bitterly disappointed, but it does make it simpler.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, Jared? Do we know?
Yes. As I understand it, players have known for a number of weeks.
Right.
They've all held it back and they've held it together probably until tonight. I think there were telltale signs in the way a few of them played tonight that they're in no man's land, whether they've given... Well, some will want to play on elsewhere, but it's not going to be at Geelong. So it does give that opportunity for motorcades for those who can't play and for cheering people off at the end, for those who are finishing up, who have served with such distinction and brought such success to Geelong. And that's what makes it easier is when you watch a performance like tonight. So they cannot go on with that older core as you go straight off the edge of the cliff. All their planning has been around moving a substantial number out at the end of this year. And
so we're talking
the
about
mistake would be if they didn't do it.
4 or 5.
I
maybe?
think so Kelly, Enright, Johnson, Stokes, and McIntosh will all finish, and then Bartel, Lonergan, and Mackie were expected to go on
for one more.
But I think Bartel would just have a think through the week, but you don't lose them all at once. But if you take 5 out of 8 out, bring in 3 free agents or trades who are 25, 26 years of age, and they're young players. Young players look good. So,
well, on that we would here as a reasonably football intelligent group think that Geelong then have the capacity to rebound immediately.
Yep.
It's not going to be a year or two to get this group together. They will collectively have enough talent and cohesiveness to play in and win finals again.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
If they get those free agents in.
Free agents are important. They'll determine how high, I guess, they jump up.
If going off those 5 names that you spoke about, there's 1,300, 1,400 games of experience out of a list. That's a lot.
And Rivers has gone. So there's another back.
Gone as
he's
well.
already gone as well. There's another one to add to that list. So you made a little side comment, Gerard, that 1 or 2 might go elsewhere. Would you see Johnson has suggested being one of those?
I think Johnson is wrestling with that. I don't think he's decided. If I was having a stab, I'd say Kelly was pretty determined to go on. But these nights can be quite exposing. As I think he'd sit there quietly in a room and go, actually, maybe I don't need to. And then Bartel, who the club was absolutely endorsed to go on, he'd probably have just a little think just to make sure as well. But yeah, if they've got 9 and 6 go out in one go, I think you keep 3.
I actually spent an hour or 2 with James Bartel the other day, and I didn't ask him straight out because I didn't think it was being rude to do, but he clearly indicated to me he was going to play another year.
His absolute intention has the way through been to play, and Geelong will they're totally into that.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. So I expect that Bartel, Lonergan and Mackie are the 3 who'll go on, and the other 6 will finish up.
Disappointed in Lonergan tonight because 4 times he had the ball in his hand under no pressure at all, and he delivered it directly back to the opposition 4 times. I've not seen him do that. I know whether it's unfair when I look at his... yes, he ran at 65% with the ball, which is not great for a bloke who's not kicking it out. So, yep.
Let's head into the Geelong rooms with Adam White.
Thank you, Gerard. It is a very strange rooms at the moment because it's certainly mixed emotions. We've got the Cats that aren't going to be playing finals for the first time in a very long time, but we've also had a very special moment with Daniel Menzel playing his first game, starring for the Cats, and we've got a very proud mum talking to us on Grandstand AFL. You're nodding. It's a pretty proud welcome to Grandstand, Kathy. How was that night? How was the week?
The week is built, and I was so nervous before the game. But as the game went on, Daniel always had faith in his body. As the game went on, yes, I got more and more relaxed about it and enjoyed it in the end, yes.
We were saying during the coverage, every time he fell on the ground, we were just hoping he'd get back up, even though he's played 6 games back in the VFL. What were you like as a mum in the stands?
I've always been like it when he's played since he has done his knee, or since he's done his knee. Even when I watch Troy play and he goes to ground, I go, oh, get up, get up, get up. But actually I was all right tonight. He didn't seem to go to ground much, and yeah, I don't know, I just settled after a while, and so proud of him.
Did you think this moment would ever come that he'd get back out and play again?
If his body held up, yes, I knew he would get out.
And did you get confident because he was confident? Because I know that he's gone through a pretty rough time over, 4 knee reconstructions. I mean, did he always feel he was going to get back?
No, I would say there's a time he wasn't sure if he would get back. Towards, in the last 6 months, I think he knew that he pretty well would get back. And in the last, probably a couple of months, he is so confident in his body. He said it's actually better than it was before he had his first knee reconstruction. So he had faith in his body. I just, a normal mum, I suppose, and just didn't want to see him go through any more disappointment.
I'm sure the guys have got a couple of questions for you upstairs, but one more from me. You got a hug from him before. Did you say anything? Did any words come out?
Well done. He's disappointed that they lost. And I said to him, Daniel, today was about you getting back and you can play next year. You know, he just wanted the win as well and he wanted to keep on playing, but one step at a time, I think.
I've got a feeling after tonight I'll be playing plenty more games. Guys upstairs, any questions for Kathy? A very proud mum.
He can still do it, Kathy. That's one of the most remarkable parts.
He can, but I think the mind is a great thing, and Daniel in his mind wants to do something, he'll do it.
He thrilled us all. All we can really say is well done to you as a whole family. We watched you live through it on television, obviously, and the documentary's coming next week. It's a brilliant night. Thanks for sharing a bit of it with us.
Thank you.
Kathy Menzel with us down in the Geelong rooms. Daniel Menzel, 4 goals, 2 he kicked, and he took what will probably be the mark of the week.
He was the most dangerous forward tonight. I was interested to hear Kathy talk about his mind. That to go through one is really tough when you see what the guys have to go through at its most basic level, but to do it 4 times, to put yourself through that 4 times is... I can't imagine it. Linz?
I had a shoulder reconstruction. I only missed a few months. It was all off season, so it didn't really matter for me. But I don't know how he would have done it. I would have done the Lars after 2, but I know that you can't go back after Lars. So I think, I had my heart in my mouth every time we went near the ball tonight. I'm not sure. And what I found really fitting is even the Collingwood supporters were cheering, which I think is just a fantastic thing for football.
A lot of the Collingwood guys actually shook his hand before the game. You don't see that too often. Occasionally, across the field you might see the odd, but a number of Collingwood guys, out of a mark of respect for what he's put himself through, actually went out of their way to shake his hand, which is a nice touch.
Oh, terrific. And the strength of mind to not only get about his work, but then to show us by jumping on their heads what he could do. I thought they might have kept that for about the 3rd game.
It was showing off, wasn't it? Just reminding us.
To say, I'm up again. I'll even show what I can do overhead, and that was probably the highlight of the night, was it? In terms of the single individual efforts, and there were a few of them tonight, that was probably the outstanding single effort.
But how sweet he strikes the ball. I was right behind the goal he kicked down towards the punt road, and it was just, as soon as it left the foot, but it was the sound, it was a smack off the boot, and I think that just hasn't moved, and it's gone 10 rows back.
How was the noise down here with Jesse White marking a couple of times?
Yeah, I had obviously earphones on, and the old panda hands came out.
Yes, that's an interesting sound. Collingwood by 48 points. You lads work on the votes. 17-8, 110 the Magpies to the Cats, 9-8, 62. The statistics were all loaded Collingwood's way. The overall possession count, 411 to 375. Contested possession, 147 to 131. The marks, 123 to 93. The clearances, 41 to 21. The inside 50s, 50 to 39. The free kicks, 30 to 20. The tackles, 72 to 52. That's all Collingwood's way. Individually, Taylor Adams led the way with 36 disposals, 17 kicks, 9 hand passes. 18 of his were contested, so half contested possessions. He took 8 marks, had 12 clearances, 5 times put it inside 50. He laid 5 tackles and kicked a goal himself. Pendlebury had 32, Crisp 31, De Goey and Sidebottom 25 each, and Langdon had 23. For the Cats, Mark Blitzovs led the way, 27 disposals, 11 kicks, 16 hand passes, 15 contested possessions of the 27. He took 7 marks, 5 clearances, 2 inside 50s. He laid 7 tackles. He actually had 6 free kicks, 4. Mackie 25, Kelly 25, Johnson 23, Bartell 23, and Guthrie 22. The votes.
Well, I've got the votes tonight, and I gave one to Blitzov. You've already read out his unbelievable effort of the 27 disposals, had that balance of 15, 14 contested and uncontested. He had 12 hit-outs and actually took, I think, the most out of the centre. Yes, 5. He was the best centre bounce clearance player for his team. 2, again, was a bit of an argument here, I think, on the basis of Adams and Crisp, etc. I gave it to Jack Crisp, who went at 77% on 31 disposals, 11 contested and 20 uncontested, and had 9 inside 50s, which I thought was a good day's work. Didn't include Adams, who only went at a similar sort of profile, but only went at 58%. And I just think he's a magnificent player, the most influential player in the first quarter when the game had to be won, and he continued for 4, was the captain, Pendlebury. He had a terrific day, 33 possessions, and I know only 5 contested, which is well below, but 26 uncontested. I just thought he was so good, so effective when the game was up for grabs.
He led the way, given what he'd found himself the centre of at the end of last week's match, where I think he was deliberately misinterpreted for the cheap outrage of it all, but when he made the observation that there hadn't been anything to play for, and we saw his own personal response to that, which is the mark of one of the greats. Tomorrow, the twilight is the match of the day. North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs, which, given that Adelaide has now made the finals, is clearly the match of the rounds. The Kangaroos and the Doggies, as they squabble over the potential for home finals. It's 6th versus 7th. That's in the twilight at Docklands. The Saturday agenda, our feature guest in the studio, the current day player, is Steve Johnson. So many issues arising from tonight and what's to come at Geelong in this week as they head toward their final match of the season. So Steve Johnson with Mark McClure tomorrow on the Saturday agenda. We'll have the Giants and the Blues, and then the key twilight encounter between the Kangas and the Doggies. What are you expecting there, Lindsay?
I reckon the Dogs will win. I think it'll be a Murphy and Picken are big ins for the Dogs. Lindsay Thomas is a big out for the Kangaroos. I'm expecting, even though they're coming back from Perth.
Travel, 6 days.
6-day break. The Kangaroos were okay last week. They were actually very good against the Dockers. I was talking about the week before against the Saints.
Yep.
I expect the Dogs, I reckon, in a close one.
Well, I hope you're right, because they play... Both of them are pretty exciting brand of football, so I hope it's a close one, and it'll be terrific if the Dogs got up.
I think Eddie had, the Docklands will get them over the line.
Yep.
It's exciting to watch, aren't they? Zip it around. The way they run off half back, Murph controlling
9-1, I think they are.
At the
Docklands.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's a very good indication. I think I'm going to have a look. I think it's going to be one of those games that we will enjoy, and it will be close, and it's significant for both clubs.
It might be one for the forerunner for that first weekend of the final. So that's on Grandstand AFL tomorrow. The Bulldogs and North Melbourne. Tonight it was Collingwood by 48 points over Geelong. 17-8, 110 to the Cats. 9-8, 62 in front of 40,582 fans. This is a smidge of how it unfolded. And the opening siren fires for Friday night footy. Geelong simply must win. That won't be enough, but losing would be curtains. They're up against the Pies. Kicks into the pocket. Harry Taylor bats it down. Side bottoms onto the crumb. Trying to open up the angle. He does. He snaps and he goes. Gives it off to Vardy. He'll loop it out to Menzel. Can have a look. He steadies at 50. He kicks. This is it. This is it for Daniel Menzel. He thumps the air. Nathan Vardy, the first one to hug him. And this is love in football if you've ever seen it.
It's a flat ball for solo up, couldn't mark. Side bottom comes from the side, somehow kicks it to Adams. Adams with the snap, Adams with the goal.
Moore doing the ruck work. He works it down to Adams, out the back to Barco. A snap. They've got half a dozen. The Magpies off to a flyer. Alex Fasolo angled to the left. 35 metres from goal. The drop punt's at the right-hand post and it feeds in. And they have...